like a Hellcat. Coming like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Coming like a hell. Like a Hellcat.
In the sky, gazing far into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for
PUBG esports fans. The Pick'em Challenge is back, and just in time for PUBG Continental Series 2, with some new improvements to make earning those great rewards even easier. That's right, starting with PCS2, we've extended the Pick'em Challenge event and increased the number of matches, allowing you more time and opportunities to collect the points you need to earn awesome, unique rewards. You'll also be able to earn more free voting coupons than before, while having opportunities to earn esports points just by watching our live PCS2 broadcasts. The PCS2 Pick'em Challenge takes place from August 19th to September 8th for PC fans, and August 27th to September 8th for fans on console. During this time, you can check out real-time tournament standings, information on participating teams, and player stats in the esports tab in-game. After PCS2 finishes, you'll be able to spend your earned EP in the esports shop from September 15th until the 23rd. The shop is filled with exclusive PCS2 themed skins you can't get anywhere else, so make sure you spend your points while you can. Like before, the Pick'em Challenge is divided into 2 games, Pick the Winner and Team Face-Off. Pick the Winner lets you predict the overall champion from each region. You can only vote for each team once, but with a 100,000 EP prize, you're looking at up to 400k if your prediction game is on point. You'll need to use a voting coupon to cast votes for this game, which can be earned by purchasing PCS2 gear in the shop or through one of the free methods we'll talk about later. 25% of each PCS2 item sold goes directly back to the teams via evenly distributed direct payments and by bolstering the regional tournament prize pools, so you're getting cool stuff, increasing your odds to win even more cool stuff, and helping your favorite PUBG esports teams in the process. Team Face-Off is a game where you predict which of 2 teams will perform better in an upcoming matchup, and plays a little differently than PCS1. It's still a free game that doesn't require any voting coupons, but EP prizes will not be weighted based on how many votes each team has gotten. So it's up to you where to risk and where to play safe. Catching the intense PCS2 action live is its own reward, but you can also increase your Pick'em Challenge odds by watching live. Just like PCS1, codes will periodically show up on screen during the broadcast. Enter these in-game quickly, as only a certain number of people can claim each one. We'll also be giving out coupons and EP on Twitch through Twitch Drops. Twitch Drops are currently only available for Steam accounts and can only be acquired by watching on Twitch. To participate, make sure your Twitch, Steam, and PUBG accounts are all linked. You can get started easily by visiting accounts.pubg.com and logging in or creating your PUBG account if you haven't already. From here, you'll have easy access to link your accounts. Once linked, you can earn 1 free voting coupon and up to 20,000 EP just by spending time watching the PCS2 action live on Twitch. During the stream, you'll also be able to participate in quizzes that randomly appear on the official twitch.tv/PUBG channel. Answer correctly, get rewarded. PCS2 is happening soon, so familiarize yourself with the teams and plan out your strategy. All 4 PUBG regions are participating, and you can vote on them all. The more you watch, the better your odds of scoring unique skins for your own matches. PUBG Esports, PCS2, and the Pick'em Challenge. Get in on the action today.
West guys have to move now. They are forced to play warehouse. Let's see if we can get a pick on them when they run openly into the warehouse or something.
И чё мы можем?
Я хэшу кидаю.
Coming, pushing our building. I'm knocked. It's BL.
Нокнул. Их 2.
Рез... В ангаре никого? На первый молик кинул.
На 2-м, а не 2 на 1-м.
One front side.
Healing.
One next to me.
Healing. Просто хамед.
I need to heal too.
Вы мне...
Там двери, они это, в нычке. Все в нычке.
На 2-м есть, на 2-м есть.
За ширмой.
Слева,
Нычка.
ребят, слева.
Healing.
There are 2 there, under the stairs, under the stairs.
Can I speak or no?
I'm 4th,
I'm
bleed.
peeking now. I'm peeking now.
А,
Knock one.
One up.
я тоже не
Нычки 2 за
понимаю.
2. Их 4 было.
Dressing.
А healing?
Watch out for liquid might push. Liquid might push.
They can't vault out on
They
my
smoke
side.
in the stairs. They bolt up already. I think we need to try to nade them from outside now.
They have a crossfire probably.
Yeah, we
Okay.
can't go through the smokes. Phase is 4 up on west and they're gonna insta push in if one of us get knocked.
Yeah. I'm gonna smoke. I don't have a smoke.
Can we not vault
Maybe.
over here?
Yeah, we can. Let's vault. Yeah, let's do it.
We just have to let Redline and Face fight.
Yeah.
I think what we have to do, Mexi, is hold that they don't push the right side here
Yes,
on
I
us.
will. That's why I'm playing here.
Upstairs in blue, one guy peeking me. It's nading me, I'm falling back a little bit. Healing right now,
One
naded.
in the smoke. I'm molotov him.
Red line 1 knocked. I'm leaving my side now.
Look at this container. I'm gonna knock one of Face soon.
Let's play together, guys.
Knocks to a liquid.
Two.
There's one more in my house. Upstairs or downstairs?
Upstairs. I'm just flashing them like crazy.
Yeah.
On my car.
Can't see it.
He's on me. Shoot my body. He's flash now. He's proning on the right side of my body.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are here and back for PCS2 Europe Grand Finals. I couldn't have it any other way, as we have got some exciting games coming your way. Only 4 games per day as we figure out who is going to be crowned once again the champion of Europe. My name's Kyle Laris, your host, and I am here with Avenger and Toby to bring you all of the breakdowns. Damn, it feels like it's been so long, Toby, since we've been here, but it's literally only been 5 days.
It does. It's a long break also because when we finally were playing, we weren't getting that many games going. So yeah, for me, that's just us. I believe the players, they probably feel the urge to play even more than what we do wanting to see them, because they've got to be. I mean, there are some teams they need to get things going, and some teams they've got to be feeling pretty good about themselves.
Definitely. How are you doing, Martin? Been a busy boy?
Yeah, I've been great. I'm actually ecstatic for today. I've been looking forward to this. It's been some time, even though a lot of stuff is going on. I think we're going to be seeing some very fantastic games today. This is the first time that the teams are having a lot of time off to actually study and look at the games and then come back, and really excited to see how they've prepared and how they're going to stack up. We have some teams that have underperformed compared to what we expect them to, and maybe also some of the fans. And I'm really curious to see how that's going to work out today. So really excited for the games today.
Yeah, a few potential teams going to have to step things up, and I think that they will have come in rejuvenated from the previous week to try and get that step up going. Here are the standings so far, Toby, and when we look at Na'Vi, ShiftW, and FaZe Clan, they have played out of their mind to be able to get those top 3 spots so far.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Na'Vi faced them. We were probably expecting, if not to be first and second, then at least up in the top. ShiftW, that was probably we know the talent is there, but let's wait and see what's gonna happen. And they did not let anyone down in that regard whatsoever. To continue kind of the tale that I begun in the beginning of last week, I think now is where ShiftW would have the hardest time, because now is when your teams like Liquid, like TSM, who really do get better after having had some time to sit back and watch what's going on in the lobby over the course of a week. This time around, this is where they really start becoming dangerous, and that's where I want to see a team like ShiftW maybe not continue the stride they have right now in terms of being this far ahead, but at least remain consistent in terms of getting points every single round.
Martin?
In terms of ShiftW, I'm a bit nervous in terms of now that we have this so many weekends. I feel like this weekend they can do okay as well, but I'm kind of fearing for them for the last weekend when we've seen it before, especially with Brexco and Chris. They're fantastic players, but when it really comes down to it, they have had struggles sometimes when they really have to perform in the last weekend often. So I'm kind of nervous, but I think they have had a fantastic start. I think they're going to be able to really continue getting a lot of points here. But I'm really curious to see how our right side of the leaderboards they will try to get back at it, because obviously we have some big hitters down there that have been able to perform on the very highest of notes. So I'm really curious to see how these guys are going to step back and get back at it.
Yeah, there's definitely some outliers on that right-hand side, of course, when you look at Team Liquid, Northern Lights, Tornado Energy, even TSM to some extent kind of being middle of the pack. It wasn't a catastrophe for them last week, but it's definitely not where they want to be. And here is some data, of course, provided to us by PUBG Analytics, so thank you very much for them on joining us here for PCS2 Europe. And in general, it's very eye-opening to see not only the predictions, which is taking into account historical data, as well as the games that have already gone down, Toby, but teams like Na'Vi and FaZe are effectively dominating the predictions right now.
I mean, if you're talking stats, which is what we're looking at right here, Na'Vi's 3 of 4 players are the 3 players, like 3 of their 4 players are top 3 in terms of damage done right now. It's absurd. Senya, Tap, and Bestalog are the 3 players of all 64 that has done the most damage. You don't have those 3 players on the same team. I mean, you have one heavy hitter on each team. The fact that 3 of the 4 Na'Vi players are all sitting like in the top 3 in terms of damage, that is, it just shouldn't happen. But it goes to show. I mean, it goes to show that other teams that normally kind of take their piece of the pie in terms of doing damage haven't been stepping up, and Na'Vi have just been thriving off of it. They have really been able to say, let's just use like this. Let's really abuse the fact that other teams are underperforming, and then go out and take even more. So I'm glad to see Na'Vi not just lean back and do like their usual, well, we'll get points late game Na'Vi play style, but really, I mean, really step up over the course of the entire game and take fights to teams that they're fighting them.
Of course, this is, you know, just a projection, and anything can happen in PUBG, Martin, and we've seen wild things occur, but you can't argue, I suppose, with some of the numbers that are presented to us. Na'Vi, for example, the fact that they came off the back of the groups the way they did, and now are our first place after the first weekend, I'm scared of Na'Vi for all of these other teams. It's kind of nuts the form they're in.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they're not all themselves, and all of the players are absolutely amazing. They've been performing through the roof, honestly, and for them to sit like they're sitting here at the top, right? And for them to continue to kind of go at it as they are gonna do, we're gonna see them have some great games today. I'm really curious to see how far they're gonna be able to take it. We look at here, we're seeing expected points are 178, but they've done 73 in a third of our matches. So I'm really excited to see how far they can take this. They could go into the 200s if they continue this performance here.
And that is how our projections currently look at the moment. There's still tons of things that you can talk about there, but we'll move on from that because we would be on it all day. The fact that like Shift W, for example, is like 2.5% when they're in second place. And let's talk about Shift W here for a moment, because I think overall they are one of the outliers in terms of performance. And as Toby said before, you know, we know the pedigree of some of these players, like Brexico and It's Chris, for example. But I feel like Kiliakai as well as Zoka have been doing extremely well compared to their, you know, their PEL counterparts in this team, Martin. So I feel like Shift W has not necessarily surpassed expectations, but almost to that degree for what we're seeing here on the world stage.
But I would also say when you take, you know, a kind of a steady man roster of 2 players that have played for a long time together and you add 2 to them, it usually takes some time because changing one player is one thing, you know, it doesn't change too much, but changing 2 players can be detrimental to some teams. It can be a massive change that some teams take a very, very long time to adjust to, but it feels like here now that we're seeing them play, especially here in the finals, they're really getting well together. And Zoka and Kiliakai is actually performing way above what some of the other teams that have, and some of the other players that have like immense more experience at the very highest of levels. So yeah, I'm really excited to see these guys really perform. I really hope that they can continue this form here, because this is really what we've been seeing from them before. They've had multiple top 5s in PL, you know, and I'm just hoping that they're not gonna kind of die down by the end. I hope they're gonna have a great weekend. They're gonna look at it in the last weekend and take it and really shove it to the other guys' faces and remain in the top 3. But a few times, you know, also even in our group stage, they've had, you know, 1 or 2 slumber days, and you have those. Sometimes you have some bad games, you know, 30% of all your games is going to be less than 3 points on an average from a statistical point of view. But for sure, I'm really excited to see these guys go at it today, and also excited for the new roster. It's coming very well together.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm going to ask you guys, who are you excited about coming into week 2? Toby, I'll start with yourself. When you look at all these teams, I know you've been analyzing throughout the week. Who are you excited for here? Oh, it's prediction time as well.
It is prediction time. We got to go with it already. There's been a lot going on since last game was played, and other tournaments have been played. Teams have been doing well, and a team that I know are always good in the mid part and the end part of tournament is a team that has been doing well this week. So TSM, I have faith as not frustrated, but as surprised maybe as I was to see them not get the footing they wanted. They were having a really hard time finding the placement points they wanted in situations where I feel like they probably should have had them. I know they're a very capable team. Dopus is a great guy. Works with the team in trying to figure out what to do in the games to come. And I don't think this tournament is playing out so different from tournaments that we've seen before. There's always the day 1, day 2 kind of chaos and what are we going to do. But I feel like they will have it figured out. If not by now, then at least by tomorrow. So TSM is going to be my pick for today.
All right, Martin, what are you smiling at? What are you going to pick?
I really need to grow a beard, but it's going to take me years, so that's unfortunate.
Yeah,
no, jokes aside, I'm going to pick a team that often, and you can't pick them every day, but I feel like they're going to have a really strong start to this weekend here, and I'm picking FaZe. And I actually think that now that they had this kind of time to look at how the other teams are playing and really come back into it, even though they could have spent tons of hours on it and they could have spent no hours, I feel like they've kind of thought about it, look at the VODs themselves, and really put some time into it together. And I think we're going to see some great things from them today. So hopefully we'll see how they might be able to compete with our top 3 and maybe take the first spot for today.
Okay, and this might be the least wild pick I have ever made when it comes to PUBG predictions, but I'm going to have to go with Na'Vi. Basically, I know they're in first place and I know they're doing really good, but hear me out. It's impossible to not pick them in my mind, in my estimations. After seeing what they did at the end of the group stage and after taking first place in that first weekend, it's difficult to not appreciate what Na'Vi is doing right now. And as you said, Toby, 3 of the top damage dealers, it's just, they're off the charts right now.
I just didn't want to get crap from Martin for selecting them again. That's the reason I didn't pick them. That's
I don't care if he gives me crap.
No, it's all good. I mean, they have been playing phenomenal. But having said that, they're also a team. As the thing is, with the new roster, we haven't seen them on a bad day yet. At least I don't feel like we really have. We haven't seen the slump that over the course of a tournament most teams go into, and that's the terrifying thing. Because I mean, it's gonna happen eventually, but right now they seem rather unstoppable. Even the games that don't go their way, they still come away with like 5-6 points. So, and that's really what you want to be able to do, because you ain't gonna go out and win every game with 10 kills unless if you're Na'Vi in the group stages. It's just we haven't seen their bad side yet, or their not so good days, and I feel like it's gonna happen at some point, probably even over the course of the grand finals. I just can't tell you when, because it's gonna be up to the other teams to put a dent in what they're doing right now, and I don't know if they've found the antidote for the curse of Na'Vi right now.
So aside from, again, the predictions, I kind of wanted to bridge across predictions here for a moment. And who are the risers that you think are going to be rising here throughout these next 2 days here, Martin? I'll start with you.
I think like it's kind of has to be inevitable that we're going to see Northern Lights go up, because they're such a well-rounded team, and I feel like especially with a kind of 5 days worth of preparation from last week, they're seeing how the other teams are playing. Bataillons puts in a lot of hours with the other guys as well. So I think it's inevitable that we're going to see them rise a little bit. It might not be straight into the top 5, but I think they're going to be slowly on the rise compared to where they ended up in last week.
Okay, how about yourself, Toby?
I'm so baffled by not picking these guys, but I feel like I have to say Liquid, because they're sitting way below where anyone would expect them to. I mean,
definitely.
When Clip joins the roster, they're literally like 13 points from winning the group stages. They don't play well. They play extremely well, kind of like what we see Na'Vi do right now. And as much as I've tried to do analysis, or as much as I have done analysis over the course of the last week of games, I haven't been able to pinpoint what's been happening that has been causing the trouble that that Liquid's been having, because it's never been the same thing. It's not been, oh, they always fail on this particular thing. So it's got to be hard for them as a team too, if they're anywhere near the kind of results of the analysis that I am, that when you can't put an exact finger on what the trouble situation is, it makes it that much harder to figure out what do we do to improve. Hopefully though they have figured it out, and they're such a talented roster. I have to go with the Liquid in terms of upping performance from what they did last week.
Fair play. All right, final thoughts, Martin, before we head on in. 30 seconds.
Oh, I kind of want to hear what team do you think is going to rise up to the top compared to
Me?
last week? Yeah.
Oh my God! Somebody's asking me a question. Tornado Energy. Let's go. Actually, to be fair,
There they were.
32 points in that first weekend. I think they're going to be able to get more here as we get into things. But as you can see, we've got some teams being represented in the PCS2 fans.
Bard, Vex, Miracle, Iro, love these dudes. TSM win. Let's go!
I love it.
Amazing.
I love it.
So make sure to keep sending in those videos. Hashtag PCS2fan as well. As you know, I slightly talked over the Liquid guy. I do apologize, Mr. Scotsman, but that's fine. I want to see teams like, as I say, Tornado Energy rising on up. That would be very nice. We've got other teams in the middle pack as well, like Winstreak. We've got Raise Your Edge, Etiquette, that I think did extremely well in their first weekend, all things considering, when the lobby talent is this big, Martin. So what do you think about some of these teams?
Do you want me specifically to talk about these teams? I kind of feel like we have so many teams to talk about, so I'm happy that we're gonna get a few more.
Whoever you want.
I want to see, and this is just, I'm kind of, I guess I'm taking this away from Toby, obviously, but because every time he talks about it, it's always him. No, Istanbul Wildcats. I feel like we're gonna see a bit more stuff from them that we've seen from them so far, and I think with how kind of jostling the lobby is right now for positions and for kind of priority compounds as well, I feel like they will be able to frag out a little bit. We're going to see some more stuff from them where they're able to, third party here and there. They're taking some kind of well-considered moves, and we're going to see She Created frag out again and again. So honestly, I think Istanbul Wildcats are also going to be able to step it up to, not compared to last week, but still like maybe up it a notch from compared to what last week. And then I think we might be able to see them ending up in, top 6 or something like that.
I think to that point then, Martin, that Istanbul Wildcats, for a long time, when we've been covering these tournaments, She Created has been the one that has really stood out for us, right? But recently, Toby, I feel like the roster has been a bit more rounded, a bit more formed. BSD, Rupture, being able to make some plays happen as well. So it's not all been She Created this tournament, which I think is fantastic for the roster.
I completely agree. I mean, the thing to me with Istanbul Wildcats, having followed them for a while now, is that they are never the team that coming into a grand final I'm expecting to go out and win. But they are a team that I'm, at this point, honestly, pretty much expecting them to make grand finals every time I see them in a group stage of pretty much whichever tournament you put them into. And in the beginning, I was saying they're going to make the grand finals, but then nothing's really going to happen. Now I'm like, they're going to make the grand finals, and they're probably going to finish somewhere top 10. So I feel like with every tournament that we see Wildcats come into, they always manage to improve. It happens all the time. And I think that is terrifying for other teams that might find themselves stalling to some extent, that they feel like they're at the top of the play. Hello, Fuss. How are you doing? It's getting ready for the games. Gustav is as well. Is this live? Are we just tuning in to see what they're doing right now? Is it an interview?
Yeah.
Hello? Hello, Gustav? Hello?
No, you can't hear us. I'm going to tell you right now, though. That was a messy room, Gustav, all right? That needs tidying up.
I don't think he knew. Did he know that he was going to be on camera now? I don't know.
I don't know.
I doubt it.
But of course,
it's great to check into these guys, though.
Yeah,
no,
definitely
but
so.
To finish my point, they're a team that are rapidly improving, and I think for teams, as I said, that are having a hard time finding ways to get better, that might be good right now, but are seeing some of these other teams kind of claw in on them. That's going to be Istanbul Wildcats coming to bite you butt. I mean, if you don't start or keep improving, because they're really, really getting better with every game they play.
Yeah, on the prowl. Let's see how they're going to be able to fare here in this weekend. And we are ready to get into the desert. We've got 4 games coming at you today, 2 of which are going to be Miramar to get things pushing, get things going. And we have back the dynamic duo that you guys know and we all know, we love. It is Pansy, it is Sims. Bring us the desert.
All right. I'll do my best. You know, it's been a while. It's been a minute, Rich. You know, you left me for another, and I've not been the same since.
Whoa. Let's not talk about this. It's been a one-sided relationship for the last few weeks. I'll have you know.
How was it with Hypoc? You have fun?
Yeah, it's good. Me and Mike obviously get on and know each other quite well, so it was going to be fairly standard anyway, and pretty damn good. It was the most interesting thing for me. It's listening to a player's perspective. He's been there, he's done that, he's bought the T-shirt, and just hearing some of the things and comments that he notes on players as to their position and why they're there and what they're doing. It's like, Christ, I didn't even think about that. Like the pre-scouting, the pre-populate in certain areas. Yeah, some of the big brain players, and to hear him like just even make small note of just someone doing a weird and wonderful thing on the map that I've never noted before. It's it's pretty good. And the call outs as well. I don't know if they're necessarily NA call outs, him coming from the NA player based background, or it's just call outs that I'm not so well adapted with. But yeah, it's been fun. It's definitely been fun. It was also nice to get his perspective on the slight differences of how we're playing things with NA. With the we're on 4 games a day, just like them on their PCS, but it's more of the side of they play one map all day long, whereas we're still doing the 2-2 and the slight unique changes that have been made across the board. But we got that. Oh, that's loud!
Christ!
I'm gonna turn that down.
Woo! I can't hear you if I do that.
Call.
Bloody hell! Hopefully we can get that adjusted. That'd be nice. So yeah, in-game volume, little juicy. You know, let's go easy. Nice fun start though. Northeast obviously having a little bit of action between the 2 teams. WS up there and Na'Vi. And yeah, it feels good to be back. You know, I haven't actually had much time to even catch up, if I'm honest. But checking in on the board, it looks like Na'Vi's addition of Orange is stuck. It looks good still, clearly. Yeah, I mean, I think we saw glimmers of that before, didn't we? We were all kind of like, well, will they meld? Will they not? And it looks fine. And what a perfect circle for them to be in as well. You couldn't ask for much more with this.
The one thing I was definitely not necessarily noted, but I noted myself is how we probably on the last day, because we're rounding things up throughout the qualifiers, we're seeing who's qualified, who's not, and everything else that goes down. Yep. But we certainly didn't just inadvertently pay attention to, or at least in my mind, I certainly didn't, how formidable Na'Vi went on that final day. Yes, it was good. Yes, it was fantastic. But to win 4 games back-to-back in a row and also pick up 42 kills in those, across those 4. Yeah, I think it was, across those 4 games. Something ridiculous anyway. But like, it's just insanity. In 4 games that you get 42 kills and all those points as well from the 40 on the side of it. 82 in 4 is just something that is completely blowing my mind, but also it says to other people, yes, it's easier said than done. I agree to that and tested that, but it shows to all these other teams that have had a terrible weekend last week, because there were some teams that had absolutely shocking performances, that things can be turned around. But we are getting to that point where it's like, even now, there is a huge point disparity from the top to the bottom. You look below 10th and no one's crossed the 40-point mark, but above that, everyone else, we're upwards of 70.
Yeah, I think we are seeing the distinction of teams who have the capability to turn around. So when I look at like Liquid or Northern Lights, who maybe didn't have a great start potentially, I think, I know they can deliver those points. So I'm not too worried about them. But yeah, Na'Vi's performance was spectacular, of course. I think, obviously, our attention was drawn to who was qualifying, but it takes nothing away from what they were doing either. It's just how it goes with... yeah, bike run away. With the way the format works out, you've got to pay attention to who's going in and out. But it was always just kind of that test as well for that new Na'Vi roster with that addition of Orange of, do they get, excuse me, the honeymoon period? Will they not? Will they be able to kind of carry on? If you look on the other side, Liquid have done okay, but they've definitely not reached the high highs with the addition of Clib, as Na'Vi did with, or has, with Orange. So it's kind of, it's the two sides of the coin here. We'll see if it's a long-lasting benefit for Na'Vi, because it clearly looks like it, considering how they came into the previous, time in this specific part of the tournament. But still, Shift W and FaZe too, that, I love the way Martin was like saying they was taking a brave choice by picking FaZe. I'm like, they're sitting in 3rd, Martin. Like, what's brave about it? They've got 40 kills, 66 points from placement. Come on now, you're big brave boy. Oh yes, I'm really putting my neck out on the line here, going for a top 3 team to do well today. Missed it. I missed it. But no, I said I look forward to seeing FaZe, see how they're doing, because we saw Uber. I'm so glad we got those comms of that clip at the start, because that ending was so sick with Uber in that big off angle, just watching Liquid pinning them in. But overall, nice Northern Circle. We can start talking about the game in front of us, I guess. I don't think anyone's going to be... Just, I don't know. It's one of those weird circles that kind of creates a different atmosphere to the game, I feel. Na'Vi going to be slotting in really comfortably. WS also, or starting in the north. FaZe pretty quite comfy. And Northern Lights, not too bad either. They're, you know, pretty prolific at these. What sort of circles did we see before?
A few northern
Anything
ones, but like you
polarizing?
say,
Okay.
Nothing too polarizing, but the problem is that we're in such a short game span. You know, it's 4 a day. We see 2 maps, blink and you miss it, we're into another one. So it actually becomes, when we're doing these long form leagues and long form qualifiers, I think we start to see tendencies in itself. It's like, okay, so such and such does this, such and such does that. With this, it literally is blink and you miss it. You have to take every single day by the horns and just straight up do the best possible. I mean, you could say that for any given time, but there's no real time to warm up, and I think that's the downfall of certain teams.
We say this, right? You should be at 110% every time, but we know the teams aren't. We've seen that last minute ditch attempt where somehow they managed to pull out, you know, a crazy point game in the final moment. So, you know, in reality, it's a little bit of a different scenario when it is a smaller game pool, right? Like, we simply don't play as much. But the one thing I do like to see is ENCE has the new logo. They've got that updated logo right here. Good to see.
It's snazzy, isn't it?
You look snazzy. Shout out to old Natu over there looking after these boys. And again, eyes always towards ENCE. What ENCE do we get to see? And they are coming in on the eastern side, squeaking Diggory a little bit further ahead than these two who are down by Razor Edge over towards the southeast of the current circle. That is, you can see a doozy going through, and Blaze aren't too far off either.
I think still while the transition phase is happening, it'd be nice to touch on a few different rosters and see where we're sitting. And of course, if the action kicks off, just by all means dive in, Lauren, and check out and tell us how it's all falling down. But we have to, it would be unfair not to, and I think it's such a standout performance that we need to touch on it. It's 12th, 13th, and 14th. Tornado Energy, Northern Lights, and Team Liquid. I mean, respectively, between, I think it was Tornado Energy, Team Liquid and Northern Lights, they got 10 placement points across 8 games. That's combined as like 2 teams together. 5 each is absolutely nothing. Tornado Energy is the little bit of the standout performance, I want to say, probably more into that bottom area. When you tie up in 12th place, 30 kills, and only 2 placement points, it's very obscure. Shift W, not
Top
quite
2
losing
fight.
the player, but my god. Very little help on Zocker.
Yeah, for Shift W, they've been kind of in the pocket of Na'Vi for the entirety of this, right? Starting off towards Campo Militar, and now Besto's going to probably get this on Zocker unless he can make it out the window in time. Does. Nice moves from Zocker. Quick on the feet, double dip him back in. Molly not going to spread too far. Zocker can stabilize for now. More util coming in. Zocker... The thing is, I guess Shift W has more support here than Na'Vi in essence. So Besto, is he actually going to openly push into that? Keep in mind our smokes are a little bit thinner for you viewers at home, so they're far thicker for the players. They can't see through it as readily. 3'd up Vest, AK. Besto's not in a bad spot here at all.
He's not, but not having the information is going to be the downfall here. With the smoke going down again, it not only hides your vision, but it hides all the audible steps. Besto has no idea that he's managed to dip out of this. There was some support from the backlines that I saw coming in
Orange
terms of shots,
over.
so the information was there, but with the transition of Na'Vi actually returning to help themselves out, they may have lost that. I don't think he saw Senya. Actually saw him dip out to the back buildings.
1 sec. Orange has
knows.
just spotted it. Yep. Look at that.
Yeah.
Nice work from Orange. Good support coming over here. Besto was on his own. Orange came over. Big shots coming back in, but the headshot alleviating that pressure. Besto's out. He's dipping, and Orange is now on a bit of an island here. Kilyakai has that barrel, and that thing can do damage. Sadly for Shift W, they are just down to 3, maybe a connection issue or 2. But again, a bit of a stalemate out in this side, considering I'm sure both these teams would probably just prefer to get to the circle at this point.
Fair play to Zocker, though. The good maneuvers inside just to avoid the initial contact, and more importantly, to avoid the amount of utility being thrown his way, hiding in the corner away from the molly, then dips out to avoid the grenade, moves out of the flashbang, puts the smokes down, and dips out completely. So playing for your life, more importantly, I mean, hanging on by a complete thread of about 5 HP at one point. Good job from him to stay alive, especially given that you've only got 3 members of the team. You know that survivability is going to be an absolute factor in this game, regardless of which way you want to cut it. Everyone else is moving away, though, and that's the thing for Na'Vi. They'll only have a certain amount of time they can stay here. Gustav actually dies in the kill feed, and we know Gustav, being the player that he is the lead scout, so we assume, or I would assume, that maybe he's died on rotation, looking for a place to call home.
It looked like ETG kind of came up through the western side, kind of behind FaZe. I don't think FaZe realized they were there. ETG got very close, and it was just a free, quick kill because he was slightly disconnected from the others. I don't think he was scouting actively at that point. I think, simply put, he was just a little bit disconnected from the others, which is going to lose FaZe, a pretty valuable member, quite early into this. Ents going way far out. I'm just looking at the map to keep you guys updated. This is over in the east. TSM, in, I think, a 2-2. They're kind of folding back towards water treatment. That's because Raise Your Edge are filtering in. And they've got to be careful. If you're on the eastern, northeastern side especially, a lot of teams are going to be pushed your way. Na'Vi just about entering the circle now. They were obviously over towards Shift W before. There they are. Making their way through. They should be okay for now. I'm looking towards the likes of Northern Lights. They're in a cute position, honestly. That kind of slap bang center, 2-2 split. Liquid are probably laughing in the south if it ever goes south. They're pretty much uncontested just north of San Martin. No one's down there.
I don't think passive is the right word, but I expect a much more cautious game coming out of TSM because there are a lot of fights which they took and unfortunately ended in disaster. There's certain scenarios they had to push. I don't maybe say that they had to push it, but the call was made to push it, take the fight, and end up dying. First game, they went out 10th, which is no placement points, but they end up getting 10 kills from it. So the aggro was definitely there. The points were definitely there. And we kind of spoke of if you can still come out of a game with double digit, regardless of what you've done, that's fine. Keep the average of above 10 points, and you're happy. You can keep going through this one. I mean, hell, you would have found yourself regardless if you kind of worked to that one above the top 10 coming in to this weekend. But still, it's yeah, there are a few scenarios that I don't think they had to take, and a few scenarios they found themselves in where it's like, well, we've put ourselves in this position, and now we have to maybe claw his way back. So I'd expect an ever so slightly more cautious game coming out of TSM. They're never going to go passive because they're not. The players are on that roster just absolutely are not. And no, and more importantly, I think it would put them at a deficit if they did go passive. Their gun skill and individual players are just too damn good for that level of, or that style of play, should I say. Liquid now, you called it. They were laughing before. They're going to be absolutely giggling at this point. They can regroup themselves and basically take the pick of the bunch. There is a couple of specific compounds more towards just to the south of them. Maybe they stay here given how this circle could work, but there's some very strong priority compounds now that are totally open for the ground. The question is, do Liquid kill people on transition? I'm wondering if that's where they're staying 2-2. Maybe try and box some people in on the way by.
Yeah, FaZe on the move. You can see the focus on the faces as they're trying to make through a great deal of teams. They're on the eastern side. They're about to pull up towards, I guess, Raise Your Edge, maybe a little bit. TSM, a little bit. There's a lot of teams over there, basically, is what I'm saying. Water treatment is it's a little bit dicey. A little bit dicey, but they've made it through, surprisingly. No one losing life on that transition, which was pretty precarious on the way in. Oh, that's gorgeous from Vard. Man's just too good with nades, so I need to stop him. But beyond that, though, you still got a couple other teams getting very close by. Northern Lights, ETG. This is a circle that could really cause a lot of teams any standing in this or just be very uncomfortable. Plenty of players. It looks like FaZe might be the first to lose out on life completely. Please just see. Still alive. Miracle unable to confirm. 80 still stands, barely 26 HPs, in all kinds of trouble. Vard up on top. You've still got Raise Your Edge lingering. Iroh's on the way back. I think with the loss of Miraku, Iroh needs to fall in, and there it is. FaZe out in 16th.
Yeah, that's not the best of stats. Definitely for TSM. That'll feel good.
Bloody hell.
That's a lot of loud noises.
You know,
trying to get those turned down any minute for you guys so you can potentially hear us. We can't hear itself at the moment. ETG, they flood the lower compound. Have to be aware of the position that they're in, given the two valleys that will run either side of this one, just to kind of box them in. Once we go back to the map, just take a note of really who's below Liquid and what the 2-2 split has done to this map. They've basically gate-kept the main valley that runs towards San Martin. Nobody's below them. You've got Blaze who have kind of snuck in behind them a little bit, of a lesser extent, but directly below them, the farm compounds, the top end of San Martin, it's completely barren, and that's because Liquid are they're just patrolling the road. It's so good. The 2-2 is working perfectly.
So Blaze could have slipped in somewhat unnoticed, but then I think they're in a little bit of a tussle, and a couple of shots have come through towards an RV. So Liquid, even if they don't get to fight it potentially, they know that there's at least 2 teams down there. So information's still coming in, and that's so valuable at this point. But let's kind of divide the map up as to what's left, because the new circle's going to come in. The north is super busy with players. Vast majority over towards the northern side. So you've got probably 70% of the lobby up towards the north. The south side, maybe 3-4 teams. Wow, okay. Liquid couldn't have played this better. Water treatment's still in. God damn, Liquid. What a way back in if they get this. Here we go. Killy Kite. Oh, tried it. Did, I guess, get the points in WS. Some of them, a 50-50 split with Tornado Energy, and they could do with a good game. I know James will be watching them with bated breath. They could definitely do with a good game. Speaking of the Wildcats, though, someone that Toby likes to bring up and talk about, and normally for a very good point. Martin this time was the one to be the proponent for them, however. Etiquette on the other side, off to a bit of a dangerous start. Cost FaZe their player early on. Now, going to cost the Wildcats BSD, so plenty of fights for them. And not looking like they want to back down anytime soon.
They just have to be careful here to ETG with it being a very barren and open landscape. It's okay pressuring this one and trying to keep them off the hill and maybe force them down, but you don't want to overstep the boundary. If someone's on the opposing side, has a clear vision and clear line of sight, they'll take you down, and then you're open, the flush will come through. So there's those moments of, okay, I need some sort of cover to stop myself from going down, but more importantly, I need some sort of cover to hide behind should I go down. Look towards it, maybe not fight it out, maybe just realize how much time you actually have to play with. Across the road will be the real issue here. From the POV events, water treatment is just an absolute mess. You have Adept, you have TSM, you have Raise Your Edge. Raise Your Edge are in the best place, if you want to call it the best place, because in theory this circle should move away eventually, and then they'll have to cross that really open area with a pipe work above it.
Oh no! I was having a giggle at Old Yellow's driving, and he's just been put down by Paige. That's horrible. He was having a right nightmare. Now T-Bone spot another potential victim. Omakun, I want to see more from these guys. While sitting in fourth, it looks like a quiet fourth, but they are a dangerous little squad. ETG, plenty of fights around. They've been trying to keep tabs across the board, but they've got a lot of attention. Sometimes, even to my detriment, attention isn't always the right thing to be after. Omakun gonna get a couple of kills out of this. ETG still have players up. They still have 2 up. And Code Marco, he got our attention, what, a couple of weeks ago now. That man was a monster. If he can maybe bring a bit of that performance today, game back on. But for now, that's beyond the point. Northern Lights on the move, and they're going right in towards Tornado Energy. That could be a big CIS battle. Bear in mind the circle here. They are not in if they just pull up on this edge. They have to go towards Tornado Energy.
Yeah, it's a bit sketchy, Perfectus and Deep pulling up here out in the open areas. I'm kind of questioning it. I don't really know what the game plan was to try and get around Tornado Energy, unless it was that Batulan and his teammate, they strike from a different angle altogether. They draw the attention. The smokes are down for the Northern Lights to try and make this run. If it happens, I'll be superbly impressed. With Melman going down, it takes Example's eyes off the ball all but a moment. Now they can pull up and now they can tackle this as a 4-man unit, but Example is lurking, and a player in himself, a unit in himself.
But
He
look,
could stop
Alia's
this
got a bit
hanger
of a
push.
crossfire too. This is so nice. Alia can spot the cross unless he gets timed. Nade in his hand, Deep suddenly in. I don't know if they've spotted this out, but Alia could have created a really nice crossfire, for example. So they get contact on Alia and then Example swings. Exactly what's happened. It's a freebie. You're going to take that every day of the week. Perfectix is going to be pissed. He's going to be annoyed, but it doesn't matter. The double dip from Example. This is probably a one and done spot, though. I don't think he's going to get more from this unless Alia can bail him out. Not to be. Patulins realizes this. He's instantly on it, but Deep in the blue, taking the damage. They've already cleared out Example. Leaves just Alia and Quiz now to try and deal with this. Tornado Energy have dealt with Northern Lights to an extent, but they've lost so much in the process.
Yeah, maybe tackling this one as a full force stack could have been a better idea rather than trying to split the pack and go at this one. We know they work really well as a team. We know they have individual gun skill and individual skill as a whole. So I'm surprised they decided to split the ranks and maybe go after a team like this. And more importantly, such a large area with 50% on either side. There is certain things we'll have to look at and say, okay, this could have worked from a certain extent, but unless they just didn't realize that all of Tornado Energy were backside of the hangar, it becomes a real problem to get out of this now because their position has been noted, and not just by one another, by everybody else across the map. Hence, they're going to try and farm this. They're up high, they have vision, they have line of sight. Adepts did go down in the kill feed. Let's make note of that. TSM dealt with them swiftly, but there was punishment on the opposing side. Raise Your Edge is still in with this circle. TSM have a hell of a lot of work to do, and we lose Invard like that to Raise Your Edge. It comes down to Fex to hold the line.
Yeah, Fex is an absolute belting player, though. Don't underestimate him. But Raise Your Edge aren't. They're putting 2 players forward towards it. Keep your eyes on the top right side. You'll see it there. See what Fex does. See if he lives on it. This is Bystanders, probably the closest to the blue as it's about to hit them now. And everyone else has to come across the road where we saw that 2-2 split from Liquid and fold in towards it. It looks like potentially for now, actually a bit of help coming in. For old Fex, his attention was being caught by Raise Your Edge, but now Raise Your Edge get the attention from elsewhere. Ent's going to put some pressure on, but they've also seen Bystanders. This is going to be a bloody battle over towards the northwest side, so let's see how many teams lose life. Bystanders gone, they went for a bit of a mad one. Tried to make something stick, not going to happen. ETG, what's left of ETG, trying to hold on to the pieces. 2 players, they had that battle earlier on. Tornado Energy have slotted in quite well. Now, they are near Fex, but other than that, they can probably keep their head down, play late game. Omicron also on the further edge. Ents in between them and safety. Raise Your Edge on the other side as well. Raise Your Edge have become the victors, I'd say, of Water Treatment. Yes, Shift W still has a player there, but it's not too much of a problem. As Omicron try and come in, we are seeing all the teams who were already on the inside focusing towards them. Unable to transfer in too comfortably. T-Bone now kind of posted up a bit of a spot of bother unless he can get a quick knock and, well, if anything, he's just getting more attention.
Diggory will be an anchor for Ents, so they can fall back to him and hit the plateau. It's not the greatest cover in the world, but it's certainly out of line of sight from all the teams of Water Treatment and all the teams on the top plateau fields where Team Liquid are holding up. The Istanbul Wildcats will go down. Fortunate for them, as Blaze do rally on them, be able to get the body boxes, any bullets, bandages that they actually need. They can hold forward and maybe try and make something work. Ents will use the vehicles to build a barricade. That'll just, again, give them a bit of defense from the side of Raise Your Edge, because they know that Raise Your Edge should, in theory, have to make the move shortly. Tornado Energy and TSM, for the one player of TSM, ironically, is actually super safe. And this is given by Na'Vi's position. Na'Vi will be a problem, though, because they now need to move in on their position and maybe take it from them, get ahead of the game, get ahead of Raise Your Edge. But the reason that that hillside, excuse me, the lower part of the hillside below the pipework is so good is because Liquid, they don't want to step out from this. They know if they do, they're going to be exposed to Blaze, they're going to be exposed to Ents, and more importantly, they're going to be exposed across the road to Raise Your Edge. So if you get tunnel vision down low, you will be punished from all the way backside of Water Treatment. This could be quite interesting for Ents. I don't want to count them out just yet, given that if there is a slow approach here, if Liquid, by hook or by crook, somehow decide, okay, it's time to tackle Blaze, it's time to get rid of them and control this side of the map, if somebody hasn't made note of Ents' position, they could sprint through that open field, not be seen whatsoever, and actually take advantage of that third-party scenario.
That shot, that's why I get a little hyped for Code Marco. This guy's a bit of an animal, but bear in mind the kill didn't go his way. Ibby's right there, and to be fair for Liquid, they've had central position for quite some time, but not able to really capitalize on many of the kills, knocks, or much really going on. They've been kind of unscathed, so this might be a late game low kill point matchup for them. Let's see how they work on that. Bear in mind the Northeast on the move. Raise Your Edge are about to send it in. We've got to keep eyes on that. Yeah, Fex, what are you going to do about this? Because suddenly you got company. Holds. Oh my god, Fex, that's perfect. I love it. So Fex held the bullets back until they pulled up, got to position, and then delivers. Now, sadly for him, he can't get many of these points because old Na'Vi is yoinking them away. Everyone just stole his kills. But my word, Fex, that is why this player is so impressive. He probably won't live much longer. No sides are safe anymore. But you can see the power of thought that this man has. So impressive work, couldn't make much of it. And now we're seeing that eastern side finding a bit of a, I guess, an ending to the story. So Na'Vi shifted south. They're on the south side here. Chris tries to kind of worm his way in. Not going to happen. Orange is on it. And how many kills does Na'Vi have now? Because they've been slowly grinding up here. So curious to see how well they've done in comparison to, let's say, a Liquid or maybe an Ents. You wanted to watch to see what Ents really do here. And I'm curious as well because they're not on a favorable side as such.
This was forced by Mexi and Clip. Again, a 2-2 scenario that we've seen before throughout the earlier stages of the game. The same thing came through by holding the compound. It's a large farmhouse, but Ibby and Jimbo, they're looking towards ETG. They're holding this side of the map. Literally not even getting involved in the fights whatsoever. Clip and Mexi's pure job was to stand in that long warehouse at the back, the little compound, 2 windows either side, guard towers if you will, and just simply watch from behind. Keep this entire area safe. And they've done just that, which unfortunately has put ENCE out of position. It's put them out of place. No one else really to go, nowhere else to run, nowhere else to hide. All they're doing now is playing for placement, playing for survivability, because Na'Vi is getting so much ground. We knew that was going to be their next point of contact. I'm sure Tornado Energy, I'm sure TSM realized this was going to be the same scenario, that eventually Na'Vi would just send it into the circle and take whatever they could. This has now given them this side of the circle, and more importantly, something to play off. They've got ground to work with, and they're actually doing just that.
And I know this is a weird standard to hold them to, but I really want to see if they can actually get through this and still fight Liquid at the end. They've been holding back good bits of utility. They've been taking plenty of fights, haven't taken too much damage. They're being quite reserved while still being very active. So I'm curious if they can really transfer that late game. Besto precision. Rustamar picked away underneath the flipped over truck, and you can see more shots going. Oh, poor old Diggory. It's going to be Jeems that time. That nice little comp making it a touch easier on the old SKS. But Besto's still trying to find the Finns. Hunkered down for cover. Not known for the desert work, the old Finnish lot. But, you know, they made a good go of it. 5th spot for them. Not bad at all. You'll be happy with that. Now, what do we have? 4 teams here. Obviously, Liquid, Kings of the Castle, right? Kings of the Castle holding everything they want. They got it all. Now, the big opponent I'm looking at is, do Na'Vi have a chance of getting him out of there? Can the lovable rogues do anything about it, Rich? I'm not sure. Because at the moment, they've got a boatload of kills. They're focusing towards Tornado Energy. And they're being proactive. And I wonder if Besto, Tab try and split south. What do they do about this? I really want to see them have a viable fight with Liquid, even though it's incredibly hard.
It depends if anyone from Liquid makes the first mistake and oversteps the boundary. If they do, they get that initial pick. That's something that they can work on. That's something they can try and push and advance to. The more scary factor for me is that Clib actually has a sniper rifle, and we've spoke about these. We've spoke about these certain scenarios before, especially late game, where snipers and marksmen can come into their own. It can be that one pick that you need at ranged, and maybe he can just bottleneck Na'Vi. Now, Mexi is overstepping the boundaries, but for good reason. He knows he's got cover from behind. No one's behind them whatsoever. He has room to play. But by taking this angle, he gets a deeper look into where Na'Vi is going to be setting up shop, because that's going to be the main opponent. That's going to be the real problem.
If he managed that. Now, this is fun, right? This could be good, because I think Tornado Energy, they're outside of the circle. So they're going to play that super late and try and be a bit of a spoiler, maybe nab a point on the way out. But it poses a problem because it limits what Na'Vi can do, right? They can't move into that nice eastern side of this, or north side, I guess, of this ridgeline. Whereas obviously Liquid have the hillside, so they can do what they want. God, what a predicament to be in. This is a really uncomfortable, like, tied up position. So let's see if Liquid get proactive. It's very easy to just kind of turtle down, isn't it? And just kind of hold what you're given, and I don't blame them for doing it. Now, Tornado Energy, you can see they're broken, beaten, nothing left on them. Everyone's trying to pick away, and this is the hit squad. Jeems and Ibby, they're probably going to move up onto this ridgeline, ensure that Na'Vi can't make the move that we were discussing earlier. They're kind of try and swing around on the south. Now, I know they've still got a little bit of utility, Na'Vi, but I don't think it's much. I don't see smokes on Senya. I don't see that viability, and they're completely unawares. No one's watching this push. Jeems and Ibby are getting so close now. Look at this, creeping up, crawling with the blue. Going to try and force them in as Na'Vi are in transition, maybe considering their next move here. They're going to be surprised. We've got to look at the other side. We've got to look at Liquid, see what they're up to here, because peekaboo, Jeems up above, but they turn on a dime. Ali has got Jeems. And Na'Vi might just be able to do something. Where's the rest? Here comes Tornado Energy, though. They're going to be having a bit of a go at this one. They've suddenly made it work. This is unbearable to watch from both sides. They're losing partners. They're losing parties. He'll be in the fire. He didn't mean it. He backed into it. Oh, God. Can he get off a heal in time? Burning alive. 1, 2, 3. Gets the heal off. Just about lives. Alia tries to fight it out now. He's got nothing else to live for. He just has to try and fight. And it looks like their player's still in. No, they've gone down. Okay, so we're down to 2 teams. What is left of this? So Senya flushed. Liquid, I think, got a knock on them. So let's see who's still standing. Yes, Jeems is dead, but Ibby's holding the line. Into the fight with Besto. Tab's down there. Na'Vi have no ground. This fight forced them to fight early. They couldn't plan ahead. So Liquid have everything they wanted here. But if the shots come through, maybe Na'Vi can still do some damage. Clib. Ibby. Holding this ridgeline. This is what they're holding on to. This is the ground they get given. But once that blue starts moving, Na'Vi have to move with it, and I don't know how much they've got left.
There's only one place for them to go, and that's because Mexi moved so early. He's been watching this ridgeline. Clib actually comes in at distance with the barrel, so gets the job done.
He was baiting. That was so good.
There's flashbangs down. He put his hands up in the air. It's whether or not they come through the smoke. That's the bigger question, which they do. They approach it. Clib's there. Responds once again. Besto, last man standing. Ibiza, job done. You talked about the hit squad, Lauren, at the end. 2 players that were sending from Liquid to try and deal with a scenario. Now, I'm that's really why they've won it, essentially. I know they've had the circles and such, but to take the fight so proactively, to get involved and literally just deny any room for Na'Vi to maneuver and try and pull something out of the bag, I think that's a really good play. And I think it's an intriguing set of affairs. The fact that we had Tornado Energy knocking players from either side of it on Na'Vi and Liquid. Of all
How
the
are they
teams that
still
was going to
viable there?
they shouldn't have been.
Oh, wow. Okay, welcome back to PUBG, I guess. What a great ending as well. Liquid, Na'Vi, you had Tornado Energy being, like a little thief in the night, grabbing away any goods they could find on the way through. But yeah, excellent game to start with. It's a pleasure to be back. Thank you for the warm welcome, chat. I see you guys, don't worry. But yeah, let's head back to the boys to break down what we just witnessed.
Team Liquid, as if, we were saying at the beginning of the day, we would like to see them showing back up, and indeed they do in formidable fashion to start off the day. I've got Avenger as well as Toby here to break down what we saw here. And Team Liquid, for all intents and purposes, Toby, to start things off, they had a good compound and they were able to rock with it.
Yeah, they didn't have to do too much in the beginning of the game, but to be fair, I mean, they were spreading extremely wide. I believe even Pansy called on, wait, is Liquid still maintaining this two-way split? And they were. I mean, Liquid are always have been extremely good at disengaging, like calling. You can oftentimes engage Liquid to force them away from their split, but that's because they have so much terrain. Like, it's like, why not fill up your plate if you don't, if no one else is coming to take anything anyway? And that's what happened. Everyone was trying to wrap east and west around to get to the top. Liquid were one of the only teams that actually rotated straight up through the middle, so they knew by the time the next circle shifted down south again, everyone's going to be coming in from the top. We have all the room in the world, and they capitalized off of it.
Yeah, definitely so. Martin, great stuff for Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's great. And I was thinking, especially towards the end there, I was thinking about and sitting here, what joke can I make about a water treatment, close water treatment ending and Liquid winning? And I haven't come out or anything, so I just had to mention that to you guys. But overall, it was in the north for a very long time, and when we had that third shift down towards the south, a lot of the teams, they knew they had to make some big rotations, and I was really, really curious to see and intrigued to see how Na'Vi went from the northeast after they've been pressured a lot. Out there, basically outside the zone when the third circle popped. Now Liquid sitting with the two compounds in the center, and they still managed to get into a really good spot, get a lot of kills, and managed to get the gas station from the selfie we just saw, take over the east side, and then take over the ridge. It was so well played from them, considering how much of a rough situation they were in before this. Yes, Liquid had a fantastic 2-2 split there with the two compounds that were basically center and third shift. Yes, they won because they were able to maintain the 4 guys alive towards the very end. Yes, they lost teams, but overall, great game from Clip. I was really intrigued to see how well Na'Vi was able to turn this around and get a good game from that.
Let's take a look at the standings, 9th through 16th. Not too many points coming in here. Razor Edge did get 4 kills, but they had to do that Hail Mary towards the rock, which, I mean, given the situation and not much cover in that area that wasn't already taken, they kind of had to try and do something. Team Liquid will take 17 points towards the top. Na'Vi, as if they needed more points, 14 for them. And Tornado Energy, my boys that want to show on up today, 13 points. I like it, Toby. I'm happy. I'm a happy boy.
Yeah, it's a decent start for them. They were one of the teams to go down and take control of the, surprisingly for a long time, open barn compound. And I mean, when you come, as I said, in this area of the map, pretty center on Miramar, when you come north to south, there's just very, very limited playable terrain. And to be Tornado Energy get to sit where they were, hold off extremely well, actually, against teams trying to push them. But when you're in the situation they were in, holding off as well as they did, you're going to get a buckload of kills. And they succeeded in doing so.
Yeah, very nicely done. Ooh, nice rounded 700 damage from Besto. The tab as well, showing on up as if, again, considering that they were top of the damage dealers, as if they need more damage. But we see T-Bone, Vard, and Jempty here to be able to show up. TSM were able to take out FaZe pretty early in this game here, Martin. And those kinds of moves will have direct impact on the standings later on, since FaZe is one of the front runners to win this tournament. So going out early in these games, never going to feel good.
No, and there was a rough start from them. They were predicting or were hoping / predicting a Northern Circle, sitting quite well in the Northern first circle and sitting up like southwest of Oasis, basically. Had a rough time to get in. Again, 2 hard shifts towards the south. It's going to make any team that was in the north in the first circle in a very rough spot. And especially when you're considering if you're in the middle of this, and you have all the teams pressuring around you, you're going to have such a hard time getting into the zone. So they had to try to go for the water treatment area. TSM was already there in a decent spot. Nice nade from Vard. I was just going to call him Hard. That's also very nice to be Hard for Vard, of course.
Bit of both,
but overall, rough game for FaZe. I don't want to take too much away from this one, though, because everything just was against them there in those situations.
Definitely so. I did notice that Brexico wasn't actually in the lobby for the previous game and currently is not in the lobby as well for this one. So I do hope everything's okay for, Shift W, because obviously them as a team in the first weekend were doing phenomenally. So the last thing you want coming into the second weekend is 3 out of your 4 players actually being able to play, Toby. So it's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate for sure. I mean, you never want to have that happen, especially, I mean, group stage, you only have to be so far up in the leaderboards. You can kind of deal with a game or two where a guy is missing. Liquid had some issues in the group stages as well. And it is unfortunate to see. You hate to see it when whatever the issue may be in Brexico's part.
But there are fortunate things to be happening inside PUBG right now because the Pick'em Challenge is currently active. So if you go in-game and get yourself some coupons, you can be earning yourself some nice little prizes as well. And also make sure at home to use the hashtag PCS2fan and record yourself. Actually, she's giving a shout out to some of the teams like we saw at the beginning of the show as well. And you might be featured on the broadcast too. And you might get yourself some nice goodies. I want that hat with the little 2 holder thing, and this is very American. That hat is very American, right? Have you ever seen one of those sold in Europe where you can like put the 2 cans in and drink from it? I've never seen one.
Yeah, we get them in Denmark, but that's, I guess, just youth tendencies.
Really? Huh, amazing.
Yeah, for national football matches and stuff like that. People put on
really?
2 PUs.
Yep.
This is a revelation to me.
That's great.
I
very
need
Danish
one.
thing.
If somebody sends me one, go on.
It could be, like a Danish thing from the Viking age, and they took it to America as well. Like drinking real out of it and stuff like that. That could also
maybe.
Be, I'm not sure.
If somebody sends me one, I'll wear one for the broadcast. All right, how about that? That'd be fantastic.
With a Danish flag
I'm seeing
on as well.
Moving on. I see Brexico is in the lobby as well. What we're going to do, actually, we're going to go to a short break before we get into this game, ladies and gentlemen. And when we return, it's our second game of Miramar for the day here for PCS2 Europe. Sometimes not everything in PUBG goes to plan. Let's take a look at some of those moments from the group stage. All right, dropping down Battle next time versus Tornado Energy.
This is one of the first times, I think. They did this 3 times in a row. Kisik goes in for the punch. He found a gun. Alia found a gun.
You have no guns! Oh no! Punch him down!
Punch him! Kill him! Get him down! Get him! Get him!
Quizzy's like, I want to do it too. All right, Tornado Energy pushing up onto this compound. Oh, good smoke. Good cross, actually. Good cross.
Yep, they need to get in. They need to get safe. Oh, no. Quizzy went down. They need to smoke him off. Good idea. Smoke him off. Get safe.
That's pretty decent. Wait, no. Oh!
Oh, it was. That was not a smoke.
Oh, Redline and Team Liquid. And they know where Mexi is. Oh!
Oh, fire! Fire!
Fire! Where's the fire starter? Let's take a closer look at this.
I remember this one too.
Yeah. I remember it happening, but I don't know exactly what happened. So who has the? So Ivers has the Molotov. He's lining it up. Oh no!
The best thing is Ivers doesn't even get knocked. It's actually Marv who gets a molly in the back of his head where ends up going down. I believe they both die afterwards, but who's to blame on that? Is it the guy walking in front of the guy in the back? I don't know.
So Istanbul Wildcats and Entropic. So they have a knock already. They're technically 3-1 right now. More nades are coming out in a decent position.
There's a smoking car that has me a little worried. Okay, so smoke comes out. That wasn't not a team nade clip. Let's see what's gonna happen now.
Oh, good nade. Ooh, very good nade.
Uh-oh. Oh, the car's on fire. New car mechanics. New car mechanics. Oh no. Oh no.
It's gonna explode. Oh, well, he's instant dead.
Blaze going into top 6. It's a good position, mine. I like it. I like it.
Yeah, they're taking it. I mean, they're taking this position without anybody else there, but it looks like FaZe is showing up. I don't think they know that Blaze is here, but Blaze is ready for them.
If they'd have turned up like 10 seconds earlier, they'd have been so happy. And now they're what? We definitely had a lot of fun with those, I think is fair to say. Many moments in PUBG can occur, of course, but sometimes they don't quite go your way. Wait a minute, that's the intro to that video. Never mind. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. It's PCS2 Europe. We are getting onto our second game of Miramar here in just a few. Avenger and Toby joining me. And so far, so good for Liquid on a good potential resurgence here to prominence, Toby.
That's the type of game you want to get things started on. Yes, circles did go their way, but I feel like, and now I'm just going on the same loop and loop again, even though circles come your way, that doesn't mean you guarantee yourself a win, especially when you're in a group of teams like these. Navi, I mean, had it been any other place, I would have said Navi's probably going to win this. Had the circle shifted away from the compound earlier, Navi's probably going to win this. But Liquid, they moved out early. They knew if we allow for a team to get the entire ridge line to themselves, to play and us in the compound, it's GG. We ain't getting out of those houses. So they move out early, take control, and get the win off of it. So smart, reactive play for a team where others would sometimes maybe feel a little too comfortable sitting inside.
Yeah, not too bad. Navi will be sat at the top still, though, with 87 points, actually extending to what is effectively a decent win from some of these teams in terms of the spacing between them as well as Shift W. And Shift W still in second place, FaZe still in third place here, Martin. Anything else you're taking away from this?
Yeah, obviously Liquid, as we talked about before, guys, 40 points. It's a win with 10 kills up to win streak now, so it's actually within a reasonable reach. Same as well, TSM. Yeah, they didn't move too much, but 52 points, also pretty good within reach here. Curious to see how this next Miramar is going to go. It was a curveball of a circle. I love those, but it ended up being same old potato, potato, all that. It was kind of, we've seen the endings, but it was hardships, so we saw some interesting gameplays due to that. But I'm really hoping for some complete different areas, and maybe Camel Blitz half of the boys.
That would be nice. You are correct. The circle was very north, and then we ended in one of the most well-versed circle locations ever, like when it comes near that water treatment. Toby, 30 seconds. Final thoughts before we go into this game?
A team we haven't talked too much about today, ENCE. They have found placement points a lot over the course of the grand finals so far. That's really what's keeping them up there. Their kills, other than 6 point and a 7 and a 6 kill win, they are not there to back him up. Yes, right now they're sitting well in it, but again, as we were talking about earlier today, other teams that would normally go out and claim those spots are not there to compete with ENCE in the mid to late game. As great as it is for me that ENCE are getting placement points, I need to see them back it up with kills as well, and I want to see it start now.
Right.
All right. Martin, behave in your window over there. Stop it. Anyway, well, it's time to get into our second game of Miramar for the day. Sims and Pansy bring us the desert for one last time today.
Was that a Murloc? Is everything okay,
you
James?
Took the words. You copied me.
We are two brain cells. That's all we are. That's all we are. Two little brain cells just rumbling around. Right, southeast to northwest. God, I haven't done this in a while. My tiny pea brain is really struggling here, but it has been a good welcome back, I feel. Na'Vi, Liquid at the end, that's what I expect to see. Good, nice work from Liquid, a good approach from Na'Vi. It seemed right. That seems like a normal lobby to me. So I'd like to see more from FaZe, considering they were, I don't know if they still are, were within the top 3 at the start of the day. So I'd like to see what they have to bring. So that could be exciting to throw into the mix. But beyond that, did anyone else stand out to you in that previous game, really?
It has to be said about Liquid. It's like, of all the teams that we needed to see a beast mode performance from today, it was them. Now, coming in with kills and only the first place as well, You absolutely can. It's just, it's perfect. But this has to carry on. One outline game cannot happen. They had the circle. To say there was gifted, yeah, a couple of them, they were happy. They were, in a good position for it. But even still, towards the earlier circles, they moved into those 2-2s to lock it down and make sure that they could just completely encapsulate it and basically deny anyone access behind them. Because if they did that, that's where the teams could have pushed them. That's where, even if they would have won the fights to the approach of the building, you may have lost a player in transition, 1-2 here and there. It can cause all kinds of problems, which someone like Na'Vi, if you're down in manpower, they are absolutely going to take full advantage of that and be able to push upon you. They kept their team together, they kept their squad up, and more importantly, they got the win. So that is the performance that we wanted to see. On the other end of the stick, you look towards FaZe, only 1 point in the 16th. There's only one team that really, I say one team, there's a couple of teams, but mainly one that does justice and does favors for. It's Shift W. Having that last player survive into the late game, they made it up into 6.
Chris,
they got
I think,
4
right?
kills as well to do so. Of course it is. If it was going to be anyone else, the man is just an absolute unit and a tank of a player. But yeah, that kind of does them a little bit of favors now. It gives them a bit more of a point gap between FaZe. Toby touched on it. It depends what kind of Shift W we start to see. This is a team that's up in the top echelons. Sure, when we check in.
Oh yeah, Brexco's there.
Is he there? Okay.
Yep,
cool.
and they've got a great on the circle too.
They've done quite well off some of these because they can move towards that. You have the junkyard area. You do see Adepts and this actually happened. That is one thing we can talk about from last week. Adepts are prone to bombing to these priority compounds, but unfortunately they're also prone to getting hit with a lot of resilience and unfortunately coming out on the opposite end, the lower end of the stick. So we'll see if that does unfold. But no, for them it's to be able to survive to that latter end. What Toby was saying, it's whether or not they can keep up with it. They came in hot off of the qualifiers, off of the regional qualifiers actually in EU West. They came second. They went through the round robin through the qualifiers towards this, and they came 11th. It's in the top 16. It's not the high top 16. 11th is still here and there, but to be in second and third now, this is going to feel good for them. I just want to make sure that we don't get... It's not the same roster that we had at PL. That's one thing we have to take into consideration. They've been away. They've done different things. Maybe they've had time to chill out. Maybe they've had time to reprioritize how they play and what their mindset is. But it was always that team with G2 when you had the team together that was prone to tilting. I don't think that will come into effect now because I honestly think that they don't really have any pressures on them. They've put this team together and it's just firing all cylinders. Everything's falling into place and it's all clicking. I just don't think they have the pressure of a prestigious org behind them and all eyes on them from PEL anymore.
I just want to shout out, Atesy and Fuzzface for wearing the jerseys. Good boys, repping the brand. We like to see it. Yeah, no hoodies here. No hoodies. Just those two, larger than charge.
What do you think to his new haircut and new beard cut? That's a question I wanted to ask.
Whose?
Buzzface.
He looks the same. What do you mean?
Oh, he's trimmed the beard and he's got a big, quiffy comb-over thing.
Handsome man has handsome features. I mean, what do you want me to say? He's got the easy life,
I respect him. Yeah.
He
really does.
It's not hard to be attractive when you're attractive, Oh, he's got a different haircut.
He's like a fine wine at the moment. It's kind of infuriating me.
It's unfair, isn't it, for the rest of the world? But speaking of FaZe, it opens up opportunities for Omicron. Their last game not being a great one means that Omicron are actually very close by, so they could potentially jump it, and with a circle like this, could do well for themselves. And Omicron and Ents are quite close by, actually not far away from these boys, the Wildcats, on the map at least. East side, pretty busy north of Impala. That's where the circle currently is. So Impala, if you think north, the open fields where we used to see Ents traditionally kind of have a very poignant start to, that's kind of where we're at. As you could, there you go, you see it perfectly. From Adepts to Ents, that little area, that junkyard that you said at the start is going to be not necessarily priority number 1, but it's a very good place to start. And you can see Shift W with an interesting kind of 2-2 here, keeping Zocker and Chris a little elevated, and the other two posted up in towards junkyard, maybe feeling they can work off that better. Liquid coming in from the southwest side. You've got FaZe Polar South, Etigot, Tornado Energy, Bystanders, and Na'Vi yet to come into the circle, but the northern side is super open and super easy to slot into, unless they want something a little bit closer to the center, and of course then you're in trouble.
So we don't see too many circles. They are few and far between that go to the northern side of this. If we got a northern shift, like a heavy, hard shift towards the north, I'd be surprised, and that really will throw a spanner in the works for a lot of these teams of where they're banking it from. You can tell, I mean, I can describe it as much as I want all day long, but by looking at the map, you can tell what teams are going to be used to. We've had a lot on the more on the eastern coast, below Impala, the fields. You touched on it ever so slightly, Lauren. But for that to come through and that to play a bigger factor, usually we have to have, I would say, a good portion of Los Leones in play at this point. But because it's out and we are more northern, we'd have to bank on this Junkyard ending. If you look at Junkyard, you can basically take a pen, draw up to the road that runs out of El Azhar, and basically put a pen and go towards the left, drag it down, go towards the right, put a big Z through that marker at the moment, and that's where all the teams are going to be lining up on. The roadside becomes a pivotal factor. There's two little dips, or two minor bumps in the sand that you can play off the back of. You will find a lot of action, a lot of combat does go down towards the latter stages of these games. When the circles start to encapsulate, teams will be pushed out and forced into the open, and then you're forced to fight. Some of the fights are really good because you get some really good position, and more importantly, you actually places to play off of. Even if you're on top of a hill and open, you can use the plateau to obscure yourself vision, get down on the ground, and basically await the battle that will come forward. We saw one of the players last week actually pull a 1 versus 3 at one point just by laying down on the floor because you can't see people coming down. But you have all these little, I think they're called tributaries, well, the little ex-old rivers that do run off the mountainsides. I believe that's what they're called. I've been watching too many gold mining programs. I think that's what they call them.
Still, how many
anyway,
are there?
I'm on, I think I'm on my 5th or 6th different mining program, and one of them specifically is 11 seasons in now.
Christ.
It's quite good.
Please, no one tell Richard about Minecraft. He'll lose his mind, mate. I'll lose him to it. He'll be like, oh, what's PUBG?
Hey, we're on Jade
Off I
Miners
go.
now, Lauren. We've moved into diamonds and stuff. We're up in the game.
Oh,
Jade,
someone
Opal.
help him. Have you ever heard what a very dull midlife crisis sounds like? Well, you have now. Thank you, Richard, for sharing
No
your
problem.
stories with us.
Anytime.
Bystanders still taking their time. They're the furthest team out right now. Na'Vi has made it into the circle over by water treatment. Checking in with TSM here. Quite centralized, a little bit further out on the northwestern side, but we have to wait for that circle shift to see who really kind of comes into the strong points, who loses out on a little bit of that. Vex, don't fall. And yeah, to see how this kind of unravels. Because so far, if this just keeps centralizing, I don't think it's going to be too much of a problematic circle. You're already seeing the vast majority of teams coexisting quite happily. If it closes in, I can talk about mining some more. There might be some action.
It goes with the northern side of it, that's what it is. Brought up with it in Goldshire, you know, just down the mines already early on. Brought up from a young age.
What
anyway,
are the mines that you had to do at the start of Warcraft? I'm trying to remember what they're called, with the little dudes with the candles on their head. I'm sure James will know. I'm sure James will know. Anyway, we do see the teams in the south kind of going clockwise. You've got FaZe, Ents. I'm wondering what Oma can do here. They could slot in slightly, but WS, ETG, these are all very close by now. Suddenly that east gets a little bit more compact, and these compounds that were previously not too much of a priority might be a last-ditch attempt to get in towards.
Is one of them Jasper Lord mine? Is it? Might be Jasper Lord. There's also like a level 8 mod that you've got to get. Anyway, it's a different game anyway. We'll focus on that another time. Yeah, circle pulling away from water makes the. I think it's the junkyard still becomes quite a big point of interest. We have to remember that with these circles at all times, when Minas Generalis is ever in play, you have what I like to call the 3 peaks, which is inaccessible terrain, and will always force the circle into the same way that the water does. Again, we don't know the full ins and outs and how circles play out and all the hidden code that is behind PUBG, but generally that'll come into a factor at the same time the water would, in my opinion. When we have land ratio there, it'll look to slot itself into the most amount of playable area. I still think that it's not confirmed, but I still think that pretty much plays a factor. So always remember Minas Generalis and why teams will probably opt to not play on the east of it and more play on the west of it. It's one of those points where it can be a game changer. It can buffer and push the circle around. It also is sometimes why teams will play around it. Northern Lights are there. Bystanders are there. Tornado Energy is lingering around the top side of it. So all the north of Minas Generalis, and that's because they know that eventually that will play a factor and push it a certain angle. Now, the problem is with everyone lingering and loitering here is you might get some early action. The Bystanders have clearly caught wind of Tornado Energy's play. The 2-2 split, whether they have the full information is a different question altogether. If you know there's a 2 that's going to be separated, maybe you get an opportunity to push them, opportunity to punish them. The audible Q may come through if Beamy gets in the vehicle. If that is his vehicle, of course. I'm assuming it is, and it's not Tornado Energies. I don't see why they would have left it here unless it was a really slow scout and they wanted to be super safe on this one. Now, with Jort opening fire, that may ring the dinner bell for the Northern Lights. I think they're just too far out of this fight to get involved and actually play a factor within this battle. Yes, they are. They're completely out of vision, so they'll be able to make note of it. Flipson most definitely is made note of. He's actually out of the server. Maybe a Mexi make a quick one of that, so the scout provides only information and not an actual spot that they can work with. Everyone at the moment is just going to be chilling, if a better word. There's no real reason to go out. There's no real reason to go and die. We play, actually, for one of Blaze's players, a bit disappointing because you are inside the circle. Yes, you're towards the southern side of it, but you were kind of safe. Didn't have to die. It's one of those games where we can just chill. I'll say chill, make things up as we go along.
Don't tell them our secrets.
Banter.
It's my career, Richard. Quiet. Next circle could be fun. Again, this is what I said about the previous one. If it's even now, consider. So when we say this, think of it kind of like not a pendulum, but basically these teams at the moment are kind of puffed out. Think of a little puffer fish, right? Apparently it's like having a heart attack for these fishes. Apparently it's not very good for them. I was watching some weird YouTube videos, weird deep dives. There I was. But anyway, they're spread out. You've got some 1-1s, you've got some 2-2s. They're going to spread out now. It's either centralize, bring yourselves back together, or prepare to be kind of crashed or take compounds. It looks like that's going to be the case for some of these teams. A lot of them heading towards Northern Lights, the Wildcat, Shift W, and even a little bit of Razor Edge, all piling into this one compound. This is insanity. Spyro's there. I like the Dragon just taking down the opposition. The Wildcat's quelled for now. They can hold on to this. You've got to be careful, though, because Shift W are just up that hillside, so they're not far away from this. You've got to be a little cautious on how much you show.
That's probably why they'll go back into recovery mode and just make sure that they don't bring any more people this way. Show the hand once, you can't be doing it again. There were shots that were coming down from effect towards the northern side of them. That was from Shift W. Blaze have got a man down. Remember, they've already lost one. If Razor Edge have been keeping track of this and feeding the information, they know they're going to be punished. They're going to be down to a two-man roster. That's a cheeky angle, but it is Anster back. The insta-shoulder peek gets the job done. And now it's a 1 versus 4. There's one, and there won't be a number 2. It won't even be a complete finish. As the other peek comes through, Udyr will get the res, and Blaze are wiped from the face of the planet. They'll take the compound... Excuse me, they don't even take the compound. They take the compound back as they hold off the opponents.
Okay, let's see who's in prime position, who's still yet to be in. Right, so Omekon's still working their way, and Na'Vi in a similar position, both on polarizing sides of the circle, but somewhat other sides. So, bystanders, outskirts, ETG outskirts, but safe nonetheless. These are all safe teams. Everyone's pretty much in. No one should be kept out or gate kept at this point. Centralized area, let's look at it. So I like to look at this as two portions, the south and the north. You've got that road that kind of trails the south side of Minas Generalis, so you can imagine that as kind of the divider here. South side, Razor Edge, FaZe, Liquid, Na'Vi, ETG. That's quite a hefty couple of names, but it's the lighter side, but I'd say the heavier hitting teams. Northern side, Shift W, Northern Lights, ENCE, WS, Wildcats, Tornado Energy, Bystanders, TSM, Adepts, and Omekon. So keep it as that 50-50. This is the south side right now. You can see it kind of the, literally the teams I'm talking about in that road, encapsulating a couple of them. The one dividing FaZe and Na'Vi is the east and the west side, so almost like a T to that. Now the Wildcats, I think it is just She created, so for them, trying to play late game, but already spotted and somewhat quite central, and will probably have a lot of attention late game, could bode some problems for them. Now Na'Vi, not a brilliant position for Senya here. Curious what they try and muster from this one. Again, it is a little bit sparse on the south side, so it's harder to house these teams, but Junkyard is absolutely magnetizing all these teams to it. You've got two, not necessarily sharing it, because obviously Northern Lights are on that smaller compound south of it, but this was a priority area. ENCE went towards it. The Wildcats, now Liquid getting a little closer. 2-2, now back to the full squad. Klib and Jeems joining over. FaZe, Razor Edge, now these guys have to move, but Rich, we got to look north. All of these teams got to find a way in now.
So what do you do if you're Adepts, if you're TSM? I mean, the amount of times you see those two teams hand in hand, just holding hands, walking over the hillside, like, okay, well, you're just on the same rotational paths every single time. The bystanders are actually going to try and wait out Tornado Energy, let them move first, either attack them when they do, or just let them go, and just come in as a breeze and not really take the fight or try and punish them. TSM may, and it may be if VAR decides that this is the go signal. You can see TSM are actually setting up for the potential third party into Tornado Energy and the bystanders, because again, they'll be trying to get themselves in on that northern edge of the circle, who they know Adepts have already gone early. Batulins will hold the ground. Not for too long, though. Actually, trying to get a different angle on this, so I respect it. The preemptive nade does come out. Get the stims off at least, and then try and work from a different angle. Monkey going
this
down
fight
is pretty
isn't exciting
huge.
to me. Yeah, I need to look elsewhere. I'm looking towards the north. Tornado Energy, Adepts, TSM, Bystanders, and Omicron. Let's get over here. This means nothing to me. I know it's exciting in a 1v1 aspect, but these bigger teams are trying to fight their way into the circle. You can see on the horizon, so look in the bottom right of your screen. Tornado Energy just shuffled in. Alia is not with these two, but he's right next to Adepts. Now, TSM still need to want to come this way. Bystanders too. They all saw this avenue of approach, but it looks like Tornado Energy have pipped them to the post. Still with Batulins. Omicron, TSM, now going to try and slot in, and Shift W are actually pushing north on this, which is great approach from them. They want to kind of really contain the area around Junkyard that does have a little bit of a lip and a little ledge to it that could cause problems. So let's see what they do with this one. Spyro on the move as well, so Northern Lights shifting around themselves. They're all trying to settle in and ensure no one can slip through the cracks and maybe get a compound crash, because here's tumbling down the hill, TSM. Full send, and Adepts were there. You saw that's why Tornado Energy went towards the western side, and if you went east, you'd be in a similar spot as poor old Iroh. Down dead, Flammy's got it, and the final member of TSM, where were they?
Miracu's just running for dear life, and he's dead. Now, this was going to be my next comment, and unfortunately it's been taken away with me, because it's all just action in the north, but by stalling, by trying to get themselves into a third-party scenario versus Tornado Energy and the bystanders, unfortunately for TSM, it just cost them their life. Omicron was on that route as well, so 5 teams all came to the northern side. You called it, you said this is where the action's going to be. Lo and behold, TSM were the first victims of that. It was just a house of cards falling one by one. Page trying to outrun the blue. He should be able to. If he's got stims, then he'll be happy. Flammy, gotta be careful here. Tries to regroup the rest of the roster. That's a damn good nade example. The second one to fall with Melman already in front. Alia, bye-bye. Thank you very much for joining game 2. And Tornado Energy is eliminated in 13th position. Spyro going down on the side of Raise Your Edge. Udyr picks up that one. That's a confirmed kill. And
I wonder if Shift W get a little bit more interested. Hold on, so I'm looking at Shift W here. They just saw Northern Lights lose out on players, so I'm wondering, ooh, beamy that shot! Yo, that was dirty. He's up for more too. He's about to fight Gemty. He's got the angle.
Nice.
Beamy's on it. Absolutely cracked right now. Keep in mind though, Northern Lights just lost down a player, so I wonder if Shift W are a little bit more kind of comfortable being around them. Pressure a little bit more. Omicron gone. That was really nice from the bystanders working their way back in. But this calls the attention of Adepts. Now these were one of the original teams in this area. They didn't have to move in too far, so they're going to have the lay of the land. Beamy's still alive, barely. The nade's going to come pouring in. You can see Yellow's been flush another nade. No damage that time. Let's see if he's still standing after this one. Around the smoke we go. Short's already in the background, but alive in the smoke is Beamy. And he was a bit of an animal with that barrel, but now he's surrounded by all 4 players. But are they not checking on him here? Oh god, Rich, this is scary. He's got one. He's going to see the second. Oh, he's up. Oh my good lord, how the hell did Beamy get away with that much? He really shouldn't have been able to. That was a problem from Adepts. They got so focused on short. Maybe that was the whole point from the bystanders, but they fell for it hook, line, and sinker. Now, finally, the south has to move. Let's look at that circle for a second here. It's got Junkyard, maybe 90 to 10% of that southern road in, so keep that in mind. Now, the kind of teams in the south, Raise Your Edge become the kings of their very small, tiny castle. It's maybe a barn. They maybe got the local inn. I don't know. It's not quite the castle. Junkyard's a castle. Northern Lights are maybe in the Prince's Tower. They're happy enough down there. And look at this. As you can see, the southern side, it looks like Liquid's gone, we don't want any of that in the south. That doesn't seem good for us. Let's go over the road if we can. Maybe a 2-2, but that means FaZe then could have numbers advantage. So many fights now as this go to the east. It's good. Keeping back Na'Vi.
A mere pixel, and these players will hit it. Senya sends one flying back his way, so at least defend his teammate for now. Tabs up, smokes are down, so he can get himself back at his feet and maybe regroup with Orange. Vehicles are in abundance, so they have mobility. They have lost one player. Well, the trade-off as well. We saw one of Raise Your Edge going down early, and that was Monkey, and that was when initial contact was made towards Nabi, actually trying to rotate towards that priority compound, which they are holding. east getting extremely busy. We're speaking about castles and bards and everything. Well, there's a moat that runs from the Northern Lights castle, and it cuts ENCE and WS in half. The water will kind of go through them if we're seeing it and pitching it as that one, but they're both inside a ditch, so one good grenade would unfortunately solidify the placement. Unless Diggory decides that he wants to go wandering. And actually, this is rather unfortunate. What I have seen on the map, for some reason, Kemba decided to go over. He wanted to have a look and see what was going down.
Don't go for a swim in the boat.
No, they decided to cross it with a vehicle. It's going to be wide open. Surely they have that information.
Don't do that. We don't do these things. James just did get knocked, and he was the one further out from the rest of Liquid, so he's on an island here, and Adepts are moving up, so they're going to further pressure this. Now, FaZe are going to pinch in, so Liquid are now having two teams very interested in this position on both fronts. Now, as soon as Liquid try and support James, FaZe get involved. Gustav there gets Mexi. Now they're down to 2 standing. Clip still over by Mexi. Ibby. I don't know how much time he's got to work with here. James is bleeding by the wayside. Tundo's right there. Noki with a nade. This could be all over for Liquid. You know, from a very, very good start to a bad mid-game. Tundo around the back might just see the little feet. He does. Very interested as Clib is now the only one alive. And Clib can do work. We've seen this individual as a bit of a madman, but Adepts have the numbers. They've got 2 players here, and then FaZe, of course, on the horizon. And the timing couldn't be worse for Clib. Gets peeked up and over with a nade in the hand. Now he's prone down, trying to get a heal, maybe baiting the noise, seeing if Tundo repeaks. He does! It's great work from Clib. That's very smart play. Now going to go for the heal, but there's the final marker. It's going to be FaZe coming around, and FaZe, I think, still have 4.
Yeah, that's scary that he can just do that. We spoke about the nades being thrown on the opposing side. Situation is getting a bit dicey towards those 2 teams. WS and ENCE will just hold themselves at gunpoint for now. We spoke about these roads towards the later stages of the game and how things like to unfold. Well, this is the exact scenario we mentioned.
Wait, how did Orange get that? Hold on.
Playing for time.
Keep in mind.
Okay, so he's
Raise your
pushed
edge
hard
at the
onto him.
compound. Right, so how the hell did Shiv just die to that? I don't know if that was a mistake from Shiv or just Orange Yeah, why is Shiv out there? I get you on territory. Hold on, there's the pull-up. Northern Lights are down to 3, or at least they were before. So I'm pretty sure WS know that, but in the smoke right next to each other, Zocca's there. The trade came back in already, though, because Batulin's got Kilyakai. So I wonder how this one unfolds, because Northern Lights are down to 2, but when you have Batulins, sometimes he can count for a little bit more. The man's pretty nuts, and you're seeing it now. Kilyakai down, knocks Zocca. This is Batulins in fine form. Bristol's meant to be Overwatch, but he's going to be called in soon because Braxico's on an island. Nade to hand, he's trying to clear this out and maybe get a flush on Batulins if he gets it. That'd be good, no. Batulins not allowing that to happen. Deep's even got his cross. That's very important. So Deep is keeping Batulins safe, but if Deep goes down, it's game back on.
We'll see if the dynamic duo can pull something together here. It would be even more amazing if they somehow, by hook or by crook, did get Zocca back on his feet. He has been allowed to wander away. But Batulin's getting ever so close and makes this really problematic in the smoke. They've no idea. He won't hear the cue. No heals are coming off at the moment. Eventually he will do. Bullets do come through in the back lines. Peekaboo, thank you very much. Batulin's instantly eliminated. Deep's down as well. It's job done. Good survivability and good recovery, more importantly, coming out of Shift W, especially had you had Chris, who was at the back for quite some time. But it depends if, with those nades coming down, if WS's attention's actually drawn here. To be fair, if Zocca takes a quick peek, he might even be able to get a cheeky frag out of this.
Yeah, Offstring might not be able to get away from it, but they haven't seen him. So I think for Offstring, you got to hope that a third party gets involved with Shift W, and he gets away with it. But it looks like FaZe have got Shift W in the eyesights, so we'll see if he gets anything on that. You're not going to get a flush on it. I think Offstring's dead. He's kind of succumbed to that. He knows that's the case. Now, new circle. One player is pretty much in this. Everyone else is very much on the edge. ENCE Northeast, the South Na'Vi, ETG, raise your edge. FaZe out in the west. Now, FaZe have done quite well here. They transition from the south to the north, and now they've got the choice of where they like to go because they know their back is safe. That route's already been run. They've got a good idea on that. And they know that Raise Your Edge was in the compound, so they could actually probably flex to the south and try and sweep through and get ahead of Raise Your Edge and maybe tip the scales against Na'Vi. This could work well, but let's see if anyone's watching that cross, because if they are, they're in trouble. Luckily for them, Philo's not going to be making many peaks here, I don't think. He's playing for survivability, right?
You'd assume so, but we've seen players do worse. I mean, you mentioned Shiv earlier on, like, been out on his own is always going to be problematic. You put your team in such a weird position, they either commit a player to try and get the res, potentially you lose 2, or you just die on your own and don't really feed any info back. I mean, I get Raise Your Edge had a decent compound. I say decent, it's something in this level of play. You do have that rather large circumference that goes around you of a hillside that you can play off the back of, but by playing stalemate which is the best way to describe this, in my opinion. They haven't been proactive. They've not been going as a unit to try and make sure no one can get at the doorstep. That's a banger of a shot, though, from Udyr. Answers back onto FaZe and puts them on red alert. This forces one to go for the heal and now takes it into a 2 versus 2. As soon as I say that, Udyr goes down. FaZe strikes and it all comes down to a doozy. But he has Na'Vi to the right-hand side and FaZe to the left. That is a mess of a situation you really don't ever want to find yourself in.
I like this from FaZe. I think they were waiting on that third-party fight with Na'Vi to come in as well. That might buy them time to get a safer res on 80 if they wanted to go for it. For now, though, Gustav towards Chris. This is all going well. I was a bit worried that ENCE might have line of sight, but they've got problems of their own with Shift W. But ENCE have seemed to clear it up, so they get a great deal of points on towards Shift W. Breaks Cone Zoka. FuzzFace finds a doozy, so this is all going very, very well for FaZe. I like this. If they get 80 up, I will be in love with the way they played this. I don't think they can. I think he might be lost to the blue here. He is. Nice little steal from Diggory towards the end. But so far, so good. But it's shifted back north. They left Gustav here as their kind of swing point, their pivot point, and Na'Vi get locked in the south. So the problems they're going to have is that ETG want these points, and they're more than likely to get them on them if they push this. They're the most likely chance, because crossing that road isn't going to go well. Tab down there. You've got the low swing coming out from one of the players. Tab spots out one, but nice work coming back in. So Na'Vi do get swept through. Very well played by ETG and a little bit of FaZe. So let's have a look at these final circles. Who do we have? ENCE with Tixu and Diggory northeast. Philo's still alive for Adepts in the middle. FaZe down the south, but ETG have continued the push. They're trying to get towards FuzzFace. Hold on, they're going to push this one forever. Code Marco, they're on this, and FuzzFace can't be helped. He's got a little bit of support from further afield, but that's Gustav across the road. No one close by enough to give life for it, but Gustav, that's when you want that precision play from this man. The 8 times posted up so perfectly, supporting FuzzFace as almost that tantalizing prospect for ETG for their way of safety. Bear in mind, they are not in on the south side. It's across the road now.
You can't ask for a better position on the side of Gustav at the moment. The elevation that he's been given, he can garner a lot of information, and as you've just seen from the kill feed, gets a quick knock, and then FuzzFace is allowed to survive. By doing so, steps up, takes down forever. That's the kill confirmed. He was the one that were being pushed, and now they need to keep a track of Hugh. As he comes around this corner, he should be noted into the position. 4 times at that range. I mean, fair enough, if you can do it, do what you need to do, but with Uber going down, this becomes all that more dangerous.
Because look at ENCE, they've been moving around the whole time. As soon as that fight started in the south, they had swept anti-clockwise and got through FaZe. Beautiful work from the 2 boys left for ENCE. This is that Finnish power you wanted to see. Beautiful timing. They saw a moment to strike and they've done it. But Philo, what? From the fight.
Shot.
You don't do that. Okay, there we go. We're okay. We're okay, ENCE.
Wow.
We'll take a breath. We'll take a breath. We'll roll it back for a second. Deep breaths. So I want to kind of tell the 2 tales of what happened then and what impressed me. One, the way FaZe approached the entire circle. The shifting from north to south, the calls, noting where the vulnerabilities are and how to make the most of it. But then also the flip side of that is ENCE also saw that happening and then did that anti-clockwise sweep across the north. And luckily for them, Philo's a bit of a nutter and he's just banging people out in the middle of the map.
Yeah, it was very good watch of 2 opposing forces working simultaneously against one another. FaZe Clan having a good position to clear out anyone from the south and just keep themselves, more importantly, comfortable. It just was a little bit too tunnel vision, but it's always going to be hard, right? You're trying to keep track of 3 teams and you've got 1 player up there who's your anchor point. I mean, for poor Gustav, he got a face full. As soon as ENCE came around the corner, it was job done. Removes him. They remove everyone else from the map. It was that 1 kill they needed. It was the tiny opener. But more importantly, it was a good call from the IGL. There was watching. There was listening. They were gathering all the information. Everything came together. And it's it's a good job from the Finns. Nice win.
Yeah, and Rich, I really love your new lighting. Nicely done there, mate. Looks gorgeous. You're no longer in your dark cave. So let's head back to the boys on that note. I can't really segue that one. What do you think of the game?
I noticed his lighting at exactly the same time you mentioned it, Lauren. So great stuff for Ginger now illuminated in the darkness. I'm all for that. We've got Martin as well as Toby here to break down this last game. And ENCE, sneaky ENCE gets themselves the victory here. Toby, what? They were prone in and doing a nice little sneak.
Yeah, they committed Phase 3 to an area of the map that you probably don't expect teams to be in. I mean, they get into an area where there's a lot of teams already doing splits around them. Etiquette were there, Istanbul Wildcats were there, Northern Lights to some extent were there, and then, of course, Windstreak make their approach from the east as well. And the good thing for them is they have so many teams kind of defending their position, so they don't have to do much. And in the meantime, all the teams taking all the damage on their behalf, trying to fight for the center position, whenever they are then coming to fight ends, you know they're going to be bruised. You know they're going to have busted vests, helmets, and whatnot, and you're going to be coming in clean to that fight. Honestly, I mean, it's probably been a squeaky call making the rotation up the road because they're going completely blind into that dip. And I gotta say, I mean, I was talking about wanting to see more aggression from ends this game. While I might not have gotten the kills that I maybe wanted to see in terms of aggression, they sure as hell made an aggressive play going for a somewhat center position in that dip in a area of the map and time of the map where there were way too many players alive to normally see Ents make a play like that.
And it's our 9th through 16th. Just a few kills here and there for these teams. We can take a look at our 1 through 8, which really does tell the tale, as we have Ents with 17 points coming in from this game. However, FaZe with 11 kills. If Toby wanted the aggression from one team, it may as well have been FaZe from this one, Martin. They were popping off.
Yeah, as I talked about before, after our last game, I was like, I don't want to take too much away from this because it was a fortunate situation, but they really set themselves up nicely for this one. Once we saw the third circle pop, they were playing, I don't want to say out of the playbook, but they were playing according to how you should be playing very cleverly to this. Very nice to see Adepts as well, 14 points, great from them. But I also want to say, though, Northern Lights and Bystanders, guys, 7 points with 0 placement points. Very big kill games for them. They were fighting in the middle. Both of them was kind of on the northwestern side of the circle there, and a lot of fighting was happening. Gustav, 5 kills, though, and Beamy, wait, that's 2 Danish guys in first and second. That's
wow.
Nuts.
Wow.
Amazing. Moving on as fast as possible. One thing that did surprise me a little bit in this game was kind of Adepts, to be perfectly honest. I mean, the Hail Mary to be able to seize a middle position, Toby, at the end, really actually paid off throughout this game.
I think neither we viewers or the Tundo himself in the middle was expecting to be able to get into second place, but almost actually having a shot at winning the game. Then the end of it, literally sending it full speed center on a flying bike, the best way that that it can be done. Because that was one of those. This fight is lost. What do? I drive somewhere. I don't think he even knew where he wanted to go when he started flying forward on the bike. It seemed like he was looking at the shack, but then the opening of the shack opens towards the road, and you're like, well, then everyone can see me when they cross. I need to find somewhere. And then just a little touch of having the bike standing up, so you know there's a guy around and proning behind it in the middle of the open. That's perfect. But it worked because no one was looking there. Even Gustav having the high ground and a chance to look into that spot, it's one of those, he's not going to waste his time looking into the middle, like into the ball, because there's no one there. Why would there be anyone there? So I think had people seen him earlier, then they would have taken the fight to him. But all the teams that had eyes, that knew he had left, they had already been eliminated. So FaZe coming over the hilltop had no clue there was a player down there.
I like your phrasing on that one. All the teams that had eyes. I'm like... I know you mean like line of sight onto them, but anyway, I'm a stupid human being. I'm so sorry. Mine's gonna pull out his pictures of him doing all this. He likes that stuff. So let's.
Wow, yeah. Degrade me to that. I love it.
I'm gonna have to post those pictures eventually on Twitter. They're great stuff.
No, let's keep those to ourselves.
So, looking at how Miramar actually played out, of course, here, look, we got themselves the first win, and then we find ourselves with Ents getting themselves another win. Ents, Martin, is slowly on the road here to seizing top spots, realistically, after their first weekend, because any wins that they can get here are going to be pushing them up to those, top first, top to second, etc.
Right, and it comes from playing very cleverly as well. Like what we saw as well, and Toby kind of elaborated into a little bit. They played in a spot where nobody kind of expected there to be, 3-4 players, and they defended it really well. They were like pushing everybody off to the sides, and yes, circles kind of gave them an advantage position for one circle that kind of enabled them to walk up the top, like the brow of the hill, and make sure they could peek over and put a lot of the pressure that they established themselves, and make sure they push everybody else away from them, maintaining and gaining a lot of kind of high ground control with that actually really enabled them to get this win here. As Toby said, though, and in our starting show is I want to see some more kills from them. This playstyle will give them more placement points, and they will get these kind of big games once in a while. But I want to see them frag out more, because I know the guys, they are extremely capable of fragging out. I remember Ruston Minor. I mean, he's been top fragging in PL. He's a very, very capable player, and all of them are. Honestly, Squeaky as well was also on the top multiple times during PL, and you know, I just want to see them frag out and play a bit more of that aggressive style. And then when they're setting themselves up for a great game with a great positional play, I want to see that as well. But I want to see both of them. I don't want to just see the big placement point games with a few wins for a very clever play. I also want to see the frag out games where they're not able to play positionally clever, but they're just starting to frag out in their weather.
Yeah, I mean, with the interview that we had previously with Squeaky, I do believe it was, Toby, he, you know, kind of filled us in on the fact that he feels like the team has kind of come together with kind of a more cohesive look at the game and the strategy, etc. So it's really cool to see that Ents is finding themselves again, all things considered.
Yeah, and I mean, now I hope we get to hear about it. But I'm just glad to see them closing out games, because this is situations where I don't want to say previous Ents, but Ents on an earlier day could have gone out and lost to FaZe Clan in a situation like this. Could have gone out and lost to Na'Vi. Other things that could have happened that wouldn't have gone their way. They made it work, and they've done it a lot over the course of this tournament. So I want to hope we can see that working.
Well, we do have an interview ready, as we have our winners from this previous game in Team Ents. We've got Tixu ready to. Hello, Tixi. How are you doing, friend?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. So congratulations on the win. Obviously, you guys had a pretty, you know, chill game for the most part. But talk to me about the final moments of this game as you're having to leave kind of the entrenched position that you guys had for a while in that game.
I mean, I think it was third circle, we crashed a little dip. We knew that we can like actually play there, and we knew a team was on our east, and we didn't want to shoot anything. We just wanted to be silent and quiet and just chill and wait them to drive into us, so we get a free knock, and then they will know that, oh, okay, there's 4 guys in there. And once we killed all of Winstreak, then the German guys came and started pushing us. It was Shift West or whatever. And I mean, then we just killed them. It was 4v4, I think. And we lost 2 guys, but at the end, we had to make a decision if we stayed on the hill where we were, or we pushed one FaZe guy on the western hill. And I think that was the winning play when we pushed the western hill.
Awesome. Thank you. Martin, your question?
Yeah, good timing there. I'll just cough a little bit. No, I actually wanna drill down to a little bit what you said there. You guys deciding not to shoot at anybody, but you still kind of maintain control. Not due to the fact you're not shooting, but it often happens, and often we talk a bit about it here as well. And I don't know if you've heard us talk about it, but we feel like that you guys are doing more and more, greater positional plays and just getting a few more like secure kills rather than try to go out and secure maybe 3-4 more kills that would potentially been like that could have been doable. Is that something that you guys actively do, like try to make sure that you always have as many guys alive in the end, rather than always try to get cheeky peek and get a few more extra kills here and there?
Yeah, we try to focus on that we get into the 5th circle pretty much as 4, because we like to take, like, there has been some games like at the first game of this finals, we won like southwest of Miramar. We won the game and we just sealed in one compound. We don't care about the kills. We're gonna take the free 10 points from placement, and the points are just extra. Because I mean, if you get 10 points average, you're gonna win the tournament.
No, of course.
Yeah. Interesting notion. Toby, your question?
So I gotta hear. I mean, looking at this game and looking at the last game as well, and obviously we had the chance to talk to Squeaky last week. It seems like you guys are. It's not. I mean, when I say this is gonna come off as like a meme thing, but it seems like you guys are bombing at center a lot more than what I've seen you do before. Has anything changed in terms of maybe you're not feeling confident on the edge? But it seems like phase 3, phase 4, you just resort on military when you full speed send it past phase over the hill and you end up being out in the rocks. And now we saw it last game. You go center here, you go up to the dip. Is that like a change of strategy? Because to me, you used to be a lot more on the edge than what you do now.
I mean, we like to play edge really much, but in a tournament like this, there's like where we were, I think Circle 2, we were all the way south, and we noticed that a lot of teams has like started rotating really early, and they're going ahead of us. Like we can get even though we're looting where the circle is, they're going just full ham and going to the center and first circle, and we just seal the couple of circles, and then I would say we play the spots that normally no one would want to play. They're not like if we send somewhere like on the first Miramar and this Miramar, those spots are not the places everyone wants to play. They're not like a high tier positioned spots.
Yeah, true.
So I mean, I like that we have adapted that sometimes we have to send to the middle because otherwise maybe we're gonna get like a couple of points, but we are not. There's no chance winning the game.
Right. All right. Well, thank you very much, Tixu, for joining us. We're running out of time. But do you have anything to say or shout out before we let you go into the next game?
See you in the next Erangel.
Perfect. Nice. Thank you very much, friend. Good luck. Good luck.
Good luck. And say hi to the guys.
That is Tixu from ENCE here joining us. And actually quite a lot of very interesting information to garner from that interview. They don't care about the kills. They'd much rather just fight for that placement and then take whatever comes with that. And that, in this tournament so far for them, is a pretty winning strategy, Martin. It's looking pretty decent.
It's looking good, but still, like, I agree to a certain degree that it's great to see that once they're kind of in a situation where they know they can get a win from, you know, they're in a good spot for a second or third circle, and they just want to secure those 10 points. It kind of feels like those 2 or 3 extra points, once they get those good games from the kills, is what separates them from, you know, a top 4 compared to a top 2 at the moment, because they're not getting that many wins. And they're not getting that many, you know, top placements where they're getting a lot of placement points, and they are extremely capable of fragging out. So I still like to see them, you know, just a little bit more up a notch. You know, one or two more kills. Once they get into, you know, 4 guys alive, 5th circle, they can put a lot more pressure on the other teams that are down to, you know, 1, 2, 3 guys.
Well, we know they're capable as well, Toby. We've seen them be able to go out and get the frags.
No, yeah, for sure, easily. I mean, they're I don't think we have to put them on the pedestal. They do that on their own when we get their POVs in up close fights. But I think, I mean, honestly, Tixu, there was nothing but gold in this interview. One thing that I really liked him saying is that we realized we're getting beat. Teams are starting to go center much earlier, and that's one of the things that, looking back over the course of ENCE's, we can say, down period, that was their one of the things they got beat on. They end up being the team furthest back in the bottleneck, and when that happens, you have to plow your way through 6 teams to get anywhere near a circle. You're not going to win those games. Maybe you get that one game with 10 kills before you hit phase 3, but then you're not going to get any placement points with it. And they've realized that now. We don't care too much about the kills, fair enough, but we need to put ourselves in a position where we can get the placement points to make up for not getting the kills early. And that's what they do now by taking chances to go more center early. And then because they don't want to take fights, they say, we'll go center, but we'll try and play some of the spots that we know won't be heavily contested. So I think, I mean, Tixu broke this down perfectly. It's exactly what you want to do if you're playing for the placement point rather than getting kills. I thought that was really good interview from him.
And of course, ENCE has now moved themselves up into 4th position. This is actually ranked, I believe, by current rank in the lobby. So FaZe will take over Shift W as well. Martin, anything you take away from this, or you wanted to add on about ENCE?
No, I mean, we've talked a lot about ENCE right now. I want to see. No, actually, let's continue a little bit about them. We have that. I think that them actively saying, you know what, let's not play for kills and let's think a bit more about placement is sometimes going to hurt their game, where they try to force a positional play where they're probably like, it's going to be a Hail Mary, it's going to be a small chance that they're going to be making it with more than 2 guys. They could get more points by playing aggressively on the edge and fragging out rather than try to make a Hail Mary, because, you know, sometimes you will lose, you will die, and you will crash out and die early. So I want to see them be able to do both. I love their positional plays. I want to see them be able to frag out on the edge when they don't have an opportunity to do those positional plays.
All right, let's get into it then. It is our 3rd match of 4 here today, as we are going to the grassy pastures. It's Erangel time, and it's Sims and Pansy time as well.
Thanks. It is our time. It's our time. But ladies and gentlemen, I've got a big announcement to be saying here. We've got a celebrity. We've got a celebrity in the chat. We are being graced by the presence of the Chocolate Taco. The Choco Taco. It's an exciting time to be alive. Let's all say thank you to Mr. Choco Taco for coming in and hanging out with us. And the one thing is, I like this community. They still, you know, everyone gets involved. Everyone's here. We're all having a good time. Speaking of good times, Erangel, this is going to be damn good. I've missed this place. You know, I've been in some dusty places. There's been some trains. There's been, you know, it's a whole different world out there. But Erangel, probably one of my faves.
It's whenever I play PUBG, it's what you call home, right? You get that homely feeling. You go down Pachinki or you go Frozhawk, somewhere like that, and it's like, yeah, I'm back. This is where I need to be. And then you die immediately, go back to the desk screen. It's like, well, no, this is where I need to be in the lobby, not actually on the map. You said a good time. It will be for some, but for others, it could be a difficult time. It all depends where this next circle hits. With the playing being so... Ooh, you had to go. With the playing being so low, we'd anticipate maybe we get the Sosnovka Island circle in. We go towards Millie. Who knows? There is a bit of water in play between them both. You still have that small chance and small possibility that it may push towards the south. We've definitely seen this kind of scenario before, where it just throws every single person completely out the window, and all the best plans just go sideways, to be fair. FaZe, home territory. The Wildcats are now in this very strange predicament. What do you want to do? You don't want no early scuffles, but you have a possible opportunity where maybe you can camp that bridge and get people coming off of Sosnovka down from the south if they want to take the bridge transition. There's also this other opportunity for Shift W. Now, FaZe isn't a team that I would expect them to go coastline and just sit on there, but for Shift W, they could just take the boats over at Novo and get the hell out of there. Maybe make landfall around Milta Power and actually get in safely.
For sure. I mean, it's so many options, right? The next circle is very defining. I think it polarizes how the lobby plays out, and that's what we're going to be all waiting for. Because right now, obviously, teams like ENCE, Northern Lights, and Adepts, I don't want to say Ratio and Na'Vi, they're fine. But those two are going to be kind of playing for the much later game, probably slotting into the less favorable side of the circle, depending on where it does end up going, of course. But that, keeps things fun, keeps things fresh. And Vex getting over to his loot destination. So far, no really early scuffles. We had that little bit of a potential fun game with, I think it was Omicron in the car, but beyond that, it's kind of fizzled out. So this should be a pretty safe start, I feel.
You would assume so.
They've got a little TP on that car, it seems. Interesting.
Are ENCE actually still committing to their usual loot spot? They're going further north. I mean, the only one thing you do have about this, you're going to be home turf, yeah, you're going to be happy, but by God, you're going to be slightly later to the circle. I mean, at this point...
Yeah, but I mean, you can come in on the north, right? Like, you think about it, that northern transition, considering the circle or the plane path was so low, they can slot in the north pretty comfy.
It just always upsets me a little bit.
You're right, yeah.
The amount of teams that, oh no, we'll play it late, and then they come in and there's a team just on the edge like, oh, you're all dead now. Ha ha ha, thanks for the 3 points. So there's definitely that question you have to ask yourself is, how fast do we need to be here? If they loot this normally, if it's a casual area for them that they understand, and I mean, to be fair, and that's the one thing I will always say about the settings that we're playing, unless you play ranked that get you somewhat close towards them, the amount of loot that is in these compounds is just disgusting. Like, within 2 or 3 compounds, you can use, look, Gustav instantly. It's maybe his 1 or 2 compounds that he's already done. Level 2. Scars there. Yes, there's no attachment in terms of a sight, but he's got the mini as well for rage.
3 pulled up. Hold on. This suddenly got a little bit scary. 11 when it was just him, that's okay. We'll take that. But 3 players, this is going to be really tricky for Gustav. No lethals either, so certainly you have to do some big damage. Unable to do it. Nice work from BSD with that barrel. Always good for cracking open the compounds anywhere we see them. And a bit of a problem for FaZe, considering they are really postured to be in an excellent position. They've lost out on a player exceedingly early.
Yeah, home turf and going down so fast. And we have said that Gustav's always the one that gives it up for the greater good. You know, he's there for a reason. He's there to try and get the teams at anchor point. He's there so the rest of the team doesn't die when they arrive. And I will always say this, it takes balls of steel to be a scout and to be someone who goes to try and find that position. You're going to be working off the back of your IGL, deciding and making tough choices. And it is a tough loss. I suppose the only... It's not even the IGL going down that can kind of talk from the back lines. Yes, he will know the lay of this land like the back of his hand, so there is suggestions that he can come through now on the death screen and put himself to best use, to be honest with you, but it's just one of those things, right? Now and again it happens, you lose your scout, you don't turn up, and I suppose there's also this question, I mean, you can even see already, like, all 3 players had barrels. Every time we go to, oh look, 2 more barrels. On the previous shot, 2 more barrels. The barrel is such a prolific... Oh, God, 2 more barrels. Every time, every POV. Like, I think PUBG after this, after PCS2 is all said and done, it would be rough to go changing metas up and to go changing and putting out weapon patches. No, and if anything, you know, I mean, that's why the servers are slightly different, right? We play on dedicated servers for this specifically. So even if in-game does change, this would not. But certainly, I think once it's all said and done, they do need to go back to the drawing board and take a look at the barrel, because it has become meta. Between that and the SLR, it's just, they run rampant. Me and you've always said the same, and me and you kind of feel the same in terms of Marksman. We want to give Marksman some kind of level playing field. There is an option to use those sniper rifles. There is a actual, you know, necessity and we want to see them in action, but it's so damn hard when the DMRs are so forgiving, so overbearing from a team when you can just spam fire and lay down fire and pick up frags.
Yeah.
It's always going to be a hard choice, but certainly they have to do something about these barrels because it's now becoming rampant within the games, and there's such a problematic... there's no real solution. If you go up against one, your only real chance is to either have a damn good shot or maybe either a barrel or an AKM. Like AKM, because it punches so hard, it is a withstanding chance, but even at range, we're seeing barrels do damage.
Pull up. Here we go. Pre-nades. We'll come back to this. It's a good discussion point for sure. So let's see how Liquid do with this one. We've got barrels against them, up against an M4. So I like this. This is a little different. This is smart. They planned the approach. The flash goes in. And the breach should come pretty soon from this. Apocalypse ready, though. Just a little headshot. If he lands, it doesn't. Clib's there. Nice damage. Swift work, but they do still need to clear Rip, and you can see the rest of Blaze turning up now. They're here to try and support, but it looks like Liquid have taken the compound unless they get caught short here. Let's see if the nade does anything. Any damage? Nothing really to write home about. So Rip's still tucked in here. He can't make it away just yet as Mexi is pilfering the corpse of his buddy.
I think the best thing he can do is be a nuisance. Be down low and try and distract Liquid. Either that, or if they do not know his presence, wait until one of them makes a mistake and comes... Is that going to be it? Is it Ibby who makes the mistake, comes through the door? He's no idea. If he opens and steps in, he's a dead man because you...
Very briefly, that they're aware that they haven't cleared the bottom floor because no one's being very, you know, lazy about peeking. I'd say if Mexi went down there, he'd be a problem. But I like this. It feels like they're just kind of dividing the position into 2 places. So they know Lipsin's outside. They've heard that. They've got a little bit of an idea here. Jeem's just kind of baiting, it feels like. Lazar now spotted. So they're getting the information for sure. But as said, you're right. It's if Rip can somehow pull off a bit of a sneaky way of playing.
Lazar goes down at range as well. That makes it all that much more harder. Clib with the Kar98. We want to see more sniper action, and we're damn well getting it. The push will start to begin. They know if they clear this out, they have both compounds that they can work with, but they've still no idea that Rip's there. Oh, we took one step. Was that one step too much? I think Clib... Surely.
They're avoiding it, which I like.
Scenarios. You don't do
I'm hoping that this isn't just, you know, a random event. It looks like Liquid are actively avoiding that bottom floor. Even the windows, they're not peeking further out. So it does feel as though they're aware there could be someone down there. Considering the approach from those boxes, it's got to be in the forefront of their minds that someone's in that position.
FaZe are going to be kicking themselves because for a long time we've not seen a Mill to Power ending. And I tell you what, Lauren, it potentially is on way. Look at that island. landlocked on its own. Rip9 landlocked from the rest of his team as well. Vehicle begins to back up, and now it's time to strike one. Where's the second? Does not follow up just yet. Low ball nade is being transitioned, but doesn't come through. He stalled them. It does post through the letterbox. Off the back of the window, will they push through the door? No. They bide their time for now. Mexi standing point. Lazarus here to support. Clip, wrong way, buddy, unfortunately, but the answer back is real. He can get inside, but his two mates are there, unfortunately, for Liquid. Everything they were back building, it's starting to fall apart. Jeems is turning up to the party, but he could be damn well late. Mexi round the corner, no health, no luck. Jimbo, the last man standing. Can he survive it? We shall see. Two players left standing to deal with. Holds his point and holds his guard. Rest of them do need to come down for the heals. One low ball nade or get the job done with very little HP. Honestly, all they have to do is peek this, and it's GG. Liquid with a 16th.
Ouch. I do like to say I love seeing the bait of sound, using the kind of heals to try and bait people in, even in a less than ideal position. Same with like reloads, I like it. But another compound crash. We're seeing a lot of this today. A lot of teams trying to take that prime territory over towards Milta, ETG, very close by towards Tornado Energy, who've been quite quiet until this point. Suddenly getting a little bit louder, as we did see Shift W's player, Braxico, finding Furax. So plenty of little fights here and there as it is closing in towards Milta Power, kind of, you know, all of this sort of area, Mini Milta, all of this is getting a little bit likely, as you can see. It's forcing teams to take fights.
The Pofka's going to get a bit busy, just as a note in the back lines. Won't go much further because that opening nade could cause the push. Codmarker and Youth will hold forward with Thunderlust left between him and Forever. Example will push inside at the back side of the building, should I say, not inside directly. Melman's still staying afoot as well. So even if they just keep them at arm's length, that's all they need to do and wait until he bleeds out. The nade actually confirms the kill, so they don't have to wait. They can now reposition. You don't have to stand by idly. And I'm wondering if somehow IW may even have some kind of line of sight. I know it's a fair distance away, but if they have a bit of a height advantage, there is potential that you will have to watch your face, especially on top of these buildings with the smaller areas. That's a damn good nade. I actually thought he got it because it came up the same side that Tixu went down. Exactly. Perfect timing in the kill feed. Second one finds its target, though, off the back of the wall. That's what you want to be finding. Makes the comment. They push through as a 2. And slowly but surely, they're knocking them down.
This is good so far. There is a potential of a third party, which is becoming a bit of a problem. That's bystanders peppering shots in. But they aren't too phased yet, unless Melman overstayed his welcome. No, he dips back down to the stairs, and the other two press forward. As Etiquette, I think they're down to their final player here, unless they've got a split way further afield, which I don't think they have. I think that's Blaze in the distance. So if Tornado Energy sweep this in a very diligent manner, they'll probably find him. You can see Melman being very careful, cautious, because there's a player just to the right. So checking on it well enough here. The remainder for ETG does go down. Nice work from Tornado Energy, keeping 4 alive, even while taking over these compounds, defending them. Na'Vi and Northern Lights. Now that's a fight and a half, isn't it? Northern Lights pinned in a touch. They've got the compound, but the blue obviously not favorable now.
Full send. Full send, Lauren, for Ents. They have to find a home to live within, and the more noise that they make, the more information that Omicron will be garnering. They've lost 2 on transition, which was rather unfortunate. You saw Tixu go down in the kill feed earlier from the Northern Lights. The Northern Lights are actually feeling the full wrath themselves as Batulins does get removed from the map. I had no idea TSM was in here because of the white and grey logo. It's actually hidden in the back of Milta Power on the text. The one thing with this circle, which we have to kind of note, given how much water's in play, the next circle won't be a real nuisance. Yes, it will close in, so you want to pull yourself as far away from the edge as possible.
Besto in a fight here, always good fun. Gonna buy some time with an aid, force them either to go forward or backwards. And they've gone forward. You've gone into the trap of Besto, but 1 bullet left on the barrel. Has to switch out to the mini to defend himself, but Orange in support at the perfect time. The jumping shots, Besto, are you kidding me? Tries to make anything work as he knew he was under pressure. There's not much more he could have done. Walking away wasn't an option, but Tab and Orange still on the case. Gonna go for the flushes here, claim what they can, because you know what? Northern Lights are looking a little bit deadly.
Spyro doesn't have any stims on, so he will be forced to hit the first aid. If one of those nades lands through the window, they're going to go for the stairwell because they know that's the only real respite that he has. Plus face. A second member of FaZe Clan to fall. That's not good, especially on home territory. Uber?
What?
He's just in that... What? He got all 3 of them with 1 nade?
Unleash the nukes. Unleash the nukes.
I hope
God, I want to replay on that. Yeah. God damn. I was like looking at that like, oh, Buzzface is surrounded by like loads of players.
What was that?
Alright. God damn. Well, I don't blame the observers for missing that one. It's not something you can really predict, is it, when Uber's gonna drop the nukes, but for now, Spyro feeling very isolated, very alone. Na'Vi as well, bit of a predicament because they're both pretty far out in the blue here, and there's no easy way in at this point, so it's why they're clamoring for these points. They're very valuable at this time. I'm not sure how many points overall that Na'Vi have actually seeing this, but obviously sitting in first place, getting players up and doing what they can, even if it's just to deny some points, is paramount to them. Blue signed a tick. Orange back in the vehicle. Good support. Senya's actually back on his feet. Managed to get the heal off. So, all good for now. Oh, here we go.
Replay. I hope this is the replay.
Yeah.
How's he landed? Oh, they've all grouped up. Is it the vehicle? Oh my god, it just landed perfectly. What a god. What an absolute
and
god.
they even get Fuzzface back up. That's crazy that they were able to stabilize that quickly. Well played.
Yeah. That is disgusting. That is disgusting. Circle we spoke about, we touched on it mid-note. Again, given how much water was in play, we hit number 4. Land ratio comes into effect, and we shift to the closest or biggest amount of land that it can push in. Damn near it as well. Phase clan are going to be centralized, so it's a good job they're actually holding Mini-Milta. Power station, relay station, whatever you want to call it. There's a multitude of names for it. Circle blue damage will begin to hurt now as we surpass number 4. It's always out healable. You know, you can still get through it, but you have to have the meds to back it up. The tab is the one that's in the water, in the danger zone at the moment, while the two are just off to the side. And again, with it moving so slowly, they can just wander down through the woods and through the wilderness. But again, with so many teams that sit on the edge, once you move down from the lumberyard, you have all those little cabins. Yes, there's a bit more cover to work with, but still, teams just like to set up shop there because it's easy protection. There's so much valuable cover that you can gather. Just got to be careful now from Na'Vi. They don't make too much noise and get too much attention. Otherwise, unfortunately, could be dead man walking at this point.
I don't know how they get away from this, really. There's so few options. I guess that northern side of the hill now by Lumber is a little bit more playable, so it makes a little bit more sense for sure. Let's look at where these teams are. Who's in good spots? FaZe if they had 4, because that compound's hard to hold with 3. As you already saw, Fuzzface had to be out on an island. And it does become shareable late game, which is a scary factor. But 80's position was the big one. I think everyone remembers the moments that come from that. Over towards Melted Power, it's hard to transition away, so I'm not really looking at those teams unless the circle just pings back up northeast, which I don't think it will. So you're looking at kind of, I don't know, Bystanders, Tornado Energy, Wildcats, these guys, not a bad spot. Raise Your Edge, that vehicle doesn't look road legal. I'm going to say that now. As Monkey, already down on the knees, as Paige is going to find that, but the rest of Raise Your Edge are here, but they catch those nades that are put down early on, and Paige has the perfect angle on this. I don't know where from.
Yeah, there's a copious amount of pain coming their way. The nades just keep on flying from the opposing side. They're sending more across. They've got 1 down. They've got 2 down. They've already had 3, but he's back on his feet. And you ask where Paige's POV was? Well, it's the unorthodox Harry Potter tower that we really never see come into play, given its position. There's no real reason to utilize it. But for somehow, this time round, given the circle, it will play a factor. Monkey just getting his health back. Again, with the nades still raining down from hell, they'll have to fall back a little bit and just hold on for dear life with the smokes that they have. How many more they have is the next question. You'll have to begin to cycle. You'll have to stagger them. Talk to your teammates. Okay, who's got what? Make sure you don't throw 2 down at the same time and waste them, because they are on minimal time at this point, especially with the position that they're in. Just hope that everyone can waste the utility that's been thrown towards them, and then you can play out for survivability. If you commit all the smokes now, well, that's going to be over and done with, to be fair. You need one of these smokes just to dissipate and you be in the right place at the right time. One ping, one quick dink onto Omicron gives you the time that you need to maybe make it to the next hill in front of you. But still, I don't even know if it's a winnable position. You've got all the teams on the opposing side that they want your scalps, they want your points. That's a rock and a hard place if I've ever seen one for Raise Your Edge.
Certainly is, isn't it? No easy task. But now I look towards Tornado Energy, Na'Vi, and Bystanders, and I know what Iroh's done. He's put himself away from the others, but he's holding the southeast side of the map. Actually, a very large portion. He is the gatekeeper of the eastern side, so Bystanders have the option. We can pull up here and be somewhat safe. I don't think too many people have vision on this unless Iroh really shuffles for it. I think they should be okay. And obviously that means that they live in the shadow of FaZe, which is fine. It means that they can't take too many fights, but late game it could work out. Now, beyond that, though, someone like Tornado Energy have limited options again. They don't have that safety to go to, and Vazku finds a doozy. This time gets the flush as well. But look who's creeping and crawling closer. They like to avoid the fights until they have to. And this looks like maybe a have-to situation. You've got 3 players here. He's going to burn down this damn door. And say hello. In we go. 1 molly, 2 molly. This is going to get heated. Diggory's found Gemty and now Rustamar right up close. He's absolutely burning down the house. Nice work from Ents. But now they draw attention. The fire, the flames send signal to Gondor. And suddenly everyone turns around. But Rustamar's in the building. He's made the bottom floor safe. But Vazku still living up in the loft.
That is a 9,000 IQ player just to wander so brazenly in the open and make it through. A team that does not was Na'Vi. We said we're always going to be in a difficult and tricky situation. Actually made it further than what they anticipated, to be fair. They got down from the hillside, but they stay their ground. They go no more. Same place to raise your edge, just outliving Na'Vi. Bad finally opens up a position instantly noted. Diggory responds. Vazku also with the height advantage. He's gathered. Might be able to play a factor into this one. Confirms the kill, doesn't let it get it stolen away. I'm fine with that, Miraku, because you know every single person's going to be looking this bloody way. FaZe Clan, again, they've gone inside the middle. They've turtled in for a moment. Maybe even just gone up top on the... I can see Uber's position. Just being a watchful eye, eagle eye, and all of the... Beamies actually moved into the same scenario where they killed the players earlier on with that triple nade stack she created onto Alia. Lots of damage on the side of Tornado Energy. How many players make it out from this push? It all comes down to example. Maybe when we're all said and done, it's none. She created does go down. There's a response, but with all 4 players there, if you can drag one back, it would be nice. Has that molly hit? I don't think so. Oh, he actually got it in, so maybe he does garner a point off of it. If it is, that'll be cracking. Good death molly.
It might stop the revive. I don't know. It sounded like a mosquito in my room. Made myself nervous. God, I had 2 in my room recently, and it was an ongoing battle. Several days later, I did become victorious.
Get a cat.
After they... I don't think that's a reasonable thing to do, purely to deal with 2 mosquitoes. But, I mean, sure.
And wasps.
There's Wanderer. Oh, that actually would be very nice. I'll just use the cat as like a net. Just hold it up to it. But yeah, I'm not surprised that we saw the casualties we did. Now the kind of pendulum swings towards the eyes of TSM, towards Ents, towards Omicron, because this side is no longer viable. That eastern side is pretty much dead in the water. So if they can get away from this and make it in somewhere, it's very impressive, but it's very unlikely.
I'm more intrigued to see what TSM does. I don't really know where they go without taking all 4 vehicles and maybe just punching into Minimilta, throwing as many bodies as they can at it. They already know that FaZe has lost at least 1 player, and they've been weakened earlier on. I suppose the saving grace for TSM would be is that bystanders push in, take the fight first, draw FaZe's attention, and then they push on the gunfire. Because they're not safe up here. They have to go not only here, but outside and cross the road. Speak about attention, I mean, still... Is Vazku actually going to try and bounce it off the edge? If he lands it perfectly inside there on Tixu, that is just unbelievable. They're going for the run, and they're actually taking a different approach to what I expected altogether. They will hit the ditch.
Are they trying to hold
They'll
this?
put the smokes
This is
down.
smart.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 1 player in it that can already put smokes down from them. And more importantly, look at Vazku. Like, without looking outside the door, he actually can't get an angle on them. They force him into the open. They force him to skyline. If he does go to the door, they all just kill him instantly. They know these 2 players, him and Tixu, both have to evacuate this situation shortly.
Oh no. He did a cheeky little self-molly there, I think, or just kind of like whiffed it on the window ledge. But while this happens, Vazku's still trying to fight. It looks like we're tuning into a Vazku stream here. I like it. Little webcam border. It's all looking good. Oh, the timing. Just as he comes out. It will be Miraku to actually get it on Rustamar, even though he's the one still standing. He has to run the gauntlet now, and I like this from TSM. They've kind of leapfrogged ahead of the others. So now they're going to be holding the line and trying to catch any of those players, like Rustamar or Vazku, whoever made it out of there. On the way through, it's a point, and it also secures their back. But while this happens, the Wanderers just got a little involved, and that's not a good sign, because this might be the go signal for them. They might have a go at this one. Wanderer's very curious, and he's been having a game so far, 2 kills, and TSM now need to be ready for a potential onslaught. As WS are bringing themselves together, I'm seeing Maxi coming over this way, and Wanderer getting closer and closer to those smokes. He's having a go at this one. Bloody hell, he's double dipped on it. I think he's outstaying his welcome here, though. I don't know how much you can do for them. They want to go on this. Now they've got utility. Now they've got the cavalry. They're trying to clear out those vehicles, ensure there's a way forward. But TSM aren't making it easy for them. I'm surprised TSM aren't trying to use the high ground a little more, but I guess it's super valuable and super vulnerable on the other side, though. Maxi and off-string in combination. Beautiful work on the util. Surely they want to push this now. You want to try and make good on the advantages you have, and here it is. Push time comes forward. Fex, though, holds the line. Kemba down. Needs more than one. He's got Iroh by his side, but Fex has fallen. It's just Iroh now. Up against 2. He's hit the reload. Gun switch comes in. WS, win streak. Living to fight another day. They should be able to get these revives, I think, with time on the board. Not too much time, but a res should be viable. But this circle, it becomes a phase circle, doesn't it? Unless the bystanders take it away from them.
You'd have to assume so. I mean, for WS, they've got a bit of ground they can play with. It will be rough ground at that, but you can try and garner all the utility off the dead bodies that are being gifted to you. I'm surprised not on the opposing side of the wall, actually behind the pipeline. He's now in a rocket out. They're all there. I kind of take the comment back. I get it. You're defending yourself only from FaZe Clan, but also from all the teams to your left-hand side. But it does put you in a funnel scenario, and all the players are falling victim. That's 3. All of a sudden, the team has just been decimated. It comes down to yellow. Uber's there, so is Fuzzface. They can box him in and say bye-bye. That will be the second team that has fallen victim currently to FaZe Clan. They are defending this compound with their life. They are having an absolute field day. 8 kills for Uber single-handedly. 10 in the bag for FaZe. This is a blinder of a game.
I mean, if you're going to walk into FaZe's backyard, you gotta know they're gonna defend it. No pesky gnomes are allowed in their beautiful garden of Milta. I don't know if it's a pretty garden. Maybe put a garden in there. I don't know. I'm not a map developer or a designer. Shift W, though, quietly have been working away. Oh, these are freebies. These are freebies for Uber. Don't peek your head up like that. He's gonna take them off real easy. Gets out of that top floor, wants to move down. Now here's a pull-up. The Wildcats going full DA for us on this one. Straight in they go, and straight out goes Shift W. But how the hell do they have the guts to do this? And now Maxi's there, probably baffled as to what just happened, but the Wildcats move into a great position.
I actually kind of like how spread WS are compared to where they were. They've got into 3 really good positions. Kemba to watch the wall side on FaZe, Maxi to watch the opposing side by the leftover Lumbers on IW. And then Offstring and Wanderer, they can just sit in the middle up against the old radio tower. I mean, they've got a lot of vision. They have a lot of ground covered, but the problem is that it's individuals fighting full rosters. You know, Kemba can get some level of support, I suppose, from his 2 teammates in front of him, now that the circle will push out the elevation that FaZe had. But still, it's FaZe Clan. If they're really feeling it at the moment, they should be able to take this one.
Should. We'll see. Kemba could do some damage. I think they'll be aware of the wall. It does become a bit of a downfall to this position, and FaZe are pretty very aware of that. Maxi could become a little bit of a threat for the Wildcats if they, don't really check with intent. We'll see if that does become a factor. So Maxi spots out 1, prepares himself if he needs to. But yeah, I think I do like what Winstreak have done. They didn't have much to work with. There's no way you could go as a 4 anywhere else. So I like the way they've made the best of a bad situation. I think it's the best way to do it. But now, though, it's that stalemate. It's who cracks first, who breaks first. 3 teams, 10 players. So, there's a big couple of teams in this one. And obviously, you're seeing them all lined up here. She created BSD 11. As soon as they walk around that corner, they're going to get some damage their way. Where's Kemba in all this still? He's actually made it around the front of the fence near Uber. I think Uber's become aware. I saw a couple of shots potentially there too. Righty.
Vehicles and away we go.
It is fun. Hold on, Rich. I want to just talk about the theory of... Okay, that's great. That's brilliant. There goes my one worry. I was worried that with the cross having to come in, Kemba might have caused a couple of problems for FaZe. But apparently, Uber is on one. He's having a game, Rich. I don't know who's going to stop him.
I can't believe he put the pre-molly down. Like, that is area of denial at its finest. Throw the molly out, stop the advancement, off string. By these two teams knocking the hell out of each other, this only makes it easier for FaZe Clan. You take them one out, you give in node of position, all the smokes are up and you're hiding in between them. The only real chance of taking FaZe Clan down is that these teams get lucky and they split the roster apart. Fuzzface and Itzy will try and take the backside and deal with what's left of WS. There's nothing left of WS. They have been murdered. IW get the better of them. They pick up the points, and now it comes down to 2 teams left. Did they get She Created back on his feet? It is a 3 versus 3, but it looks like FaZe are much deeper than what they wanted them to be. Can they anticipate the Onco just spraying through the smoke, trying to find anything? If you're a player now, this has to be one nervous situation to be in.
Now, FaZe have been in a fair few fights as well, though. Bear in mind, they have no lethals. I don't see many more smokes, so the Wildcats can just about make a trail forward. It's not much to play with, and this could potentially put FaZe in a bad spot if they don't have the additional smoke to move away from that little ridgeline that they currently have. So it depends what the Wildcats' utility is like. More smokes going in, so they've got plenty of utility at the very least. This may come down to gunplay being a big difference maker for FaZe. It looks like they want to try and push up with Uber and Itzy on the flank, Fuzzface playing more of the middle role, and these try and flank around, just kind of herd them into that central area. Blue now coming in. The Wildcats are being a nuisance. Itzy finds one, though. That's Levin down. She created BSD on the trade back in. Uber's been flushed. There's the flush towards Levin. It's a 2v2 still standing. Fully white. 8C sees nothing. Waits on the edge of the smoke. Spots one. Game over. FaZe playing an absolutely formidable game.
24-point match. I mean, it was home territory. It kind of scares me to think that they've been playing pretty much off the back foot with 3 people. You know, they were down 25% of the roster, and they've just formulated that together. To be able to defend Mini Milta, like, there's a lot of entrances and a lot of exits. You know, that place can be amazing, get yourself quite easily lost in it. But to be already up at 10 kills when we're getting to those circles, to be pushed out of it, the defense was fantastic. The ground coverage, fantastic. More importantly, the information. You could even see towards the end, like, the position, having one player inside the main compound, looking for all the players, feeding all that info back, even towards the end. Putting Fuzzface deeper inside the circle on the off angle to feed the info back to Itzy, working in tandem 1 versus 1. Honestly, like, 24-point game. Not what else you can really say about it. It's a damn good showing.
It certainly is, and I wonder if they're getting any close towards where Na'Vi were. I actually didn't take too much stock of where the points were, so I'm sure the desk will break that down. I don't know how much of a tear Na'Vi went on before, but if everything, you know, you guys went by, it was quite the performance. But still, we'll check in on that, I'm sure, with the boys. So boys, let us know how it is.
That's right, a huge game for FaZe, and yeah, they're going to be very much so catching up, and I think they'll probably be seizing that first place here for a moment. We've got Avenger, and we've got Toby joining me here to break this game down, and actually, it's been a long time, Toby, since I've seen a circle quite like this. Over at Mini Milta Power, I'm all for it.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the day we go east of small Milta Power, like down towards the shoreline there. But I did enjoy this one. I did not enjoy on behalf of Liquid.
Oh,
no. That was that was a cluster of a fight. To be honest, I thought Rip was going to go out and kind of show himself earlier, but his timing was perfect. Going back into the car, these nades as well from Uber. I mean, this was a chaotic game all over the place. And you got to say, I mean, FaZe being able to bring home that win despite losing Gustav as the very first player in the game, really impressive.
Yeah, Blaze, of course, did very well eventually against Team Liquid in that fight, but then they were rewarded by the grenade from Uber and Martin. So it was an up and down game for Blaze for sure.
Well, on the bright side for both for FaZe and for Blaze is that obviously the Liquid guys didn't get that many kills, so there's 3 kills for Uber for that one to get him a really high kill game here for this one. Really good shots as well. He has the only one with kills here. He has 6 of them, and he's getting even more racking up. And then they end on I believe it was a 14-1. So it was amazing for them. The vendor also showing up 9 kills, I believe they ended on. So a fantastic game for Istanbul Wildcat. And I was talking a bit about them before, you know, the game started, and I was hoping to see them a bit further up. But Toby's been talking about them for a year. So what do you think, Toby, about Istanbul Wildcats?
I think they're not really surprising me with these performances before anymore as they were previously. Now I'm not. I mean, had this been a year ago and you see this from Wildcats, you go, wait, what? But now it's like, while I'm not assuming it's going to happen every game, it's still not as mind-blowing to me because I know they're capable of doing these things.
Ooh. Oh my god. Almost
a lot of
3,000 damage? Ooh, Martin, that's crazy.
That's crazy. It's good to see. Like it's almost like this is my 2 picks for today. You know, guys. Like the guys we're gonna expecting to do very well, and the guys that are like mid-pack and are expecting to, no. Jokes aside, though, we gotta focus on this. 9 kills for Uber and 9 kills for Levent. That is just absolutely insane. I have not seen anything like that any time before. Oh my god, 1,500 damage.
What?
This guy's a turret.
That's insane. But why is Levent's hair ethereal? Why is it like a Galaxy ad anyway?
It's the same thing with She Created. Also has like the Instagram-ish little filter on it, you know?
I love it.
Let's quickly talk about this though, because 1,500 damage is insane. So Uber putting up a huge performance, despite Levent also having 9 kills, which is crazy. Then that is just so impressive then by them. Of course, whilst everything is going on, there's plenty of ways that you can be involved. You can also be involved in-game by actually going to the Pick'em Challenge. You can get yourself some coupons, and then you can pick who you want to win. You can be getting esports points, and you can even get drops as you're watching the Twitch streams as well for all of the tournaments that are going on so far around the world. I've got loads of esports points from watching, whilst I think Martin's got bugger all. How are you doing, Martin?
No, I've been doing fantastically, actually. I've got quite a significant amount. But like, unlike you, I'll actually be able to guess what teams are going to be winning their regions. So I'm not going to be needing those points.
Fine, nice fire back. I don't mind it. What we're going to do now is we're going to go to a break, ladies and gentlemen. I will reprimand Martin, and then we'll be back for our last game.
Hello, PUBG esports fans. The Pick'em Challenge is back, and just in time for PUBG Continental Series 2, with some new improvements to make earning those great rewards even easier. That's right. Starting with PCS2, we've extended the Pick'em Challenge event and increased the number of matches, allowing you more time and opportunities to collect the points you need to earn awesome, unique rewards. You'll also be able to earn more free voting coupons than before, while having opportunities to earn esports points just by watching our live PCS2 broadcasts. The PCS2 Pick'em Challenge takes place from August 19th to September 8th for PC fans, and August 27th to September 8th for fans on console. During this time, you can check out real-time tournament standings, information on participating teams, and player stats in the esports tab in-game. After PCS2 finishes, you'll be able to spend your earned EP in the esports shop from September 15th until the 23rd. The shop is filled with exclusive PCS2 themed skins you can't get anywhere else, so make sure you spend your points while you can. Like before, the Pick'em Challenge is divided into 2 games, Pick the Winner and Team Face-Off. Pick the Winner lets you predict the overall champion from each region. You can only vote for each team once, but with a 100,000 EP prize, you're looking at up to 400k if your prediction game is on point. You'll need to use a voting coupon to cast votes for this game, which can be earned by purchasing PCS2 gear in the shop or through one of the free methods we'll talk about later. 25% of each PCS2 item sold goes directly back to the teams via evenly distributed direct payments and by bolstering the regional tournament prize pools, so you're getting cool stuff, increasing your odds to win even more cool stuff, and helping your favorite PUBG esports teams in the process. Team Face-Off is a game where you predict which of 2 teams will perform better in an upcoming matchup, and plays a little differently than PCS1. It's still a free game that doesn't require any voting coupons, but EP prizes will not be weighted based on how many votes each team has gotten. So it's up to you where to risk and where to play safe. Catching the intense PCS2 action live is its own reward, but you can also increase your Pick'em Challenge odds by watching live. Just like PCS1, codes will periodically show up on screen during the broadcast. Enter these in-game quickly, as only a certain number of people can claim each one. We'll also be giving out coupons and EP on Twitch through Twitch Drops. Twitch Drops are currently only available for Steam accounts and can only be acquired by watching on Twitch. To participate, make sure your Twitch, Steam, and PUBG accounts are all linked. You can get started easily by visiting accounts.pubg.com and logging in or creating your PUBG account if you haven't already. From here, you'll have easy access to link your accounts. Once linked, you can earn 1 free voting coupon and up to 20,000 EP just by spending time watching the PCS2 action live on Twitch. During the stream, you'll also be able to participate in quizzes that randomly appear on the official twitch.tv/PUBG channel. Answer correctly, get rewarded. PCS2 is happening soon, so familiarize yourself with the teams and plan out your strategy. All 4 PUBG regions are participating, and you can vote on them all. The more you watch, the better your odds of scoring unique skins for your own matches. PUBG Esports, PCS2, and the Pick'em Challenge. Get in on the action today.
They really like using Michael a lot in these Guess Who's, eh? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PCS2 EU. We are back and ready for our final game here very, very soon. But before we do that, yes, I have Martin. Yes, I have Toby. They're all kind of cool, but I have someone way cooler. We've got Purdy Curdy going to be joining us here. How are you doing, friend?
I'm doing good. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you for joining us, of course. And we're going to talk about, some of the moments that have happened throughout these games, and you're going to watch Game 4 along with us as well. But let's talk about the Liquid moment here in the previous game, because, of course, Blaze didn't really have the upper hand at the start, Martin, of all of that, but it really didn't go that well for Liquid as time went on.
No, so also a few mistakes were made, right? Like Liquid, they were coming in a situation where they won the first opening trade here, but then from that situation, they started driving S2 where the guy wasn't holding the obvious angle. Then off that, Mexi was supposed to be holding the door, I believe, but there was an open, like a window of opportunity for Blaze to walk out and get one more knock, and all of a sudden they're down to just James, and James had to come in late and try to kind of salvage the situation, and he didn't, and Blaze actually managed to survive with 3 guys. So overall, a kind of a messy fight where when you miss, because they managed to get into a good situation where they, walled up and they try to take over, but first of all, the garage here it's pretty rough to get into, especially if you're in the staircase, because it's kind of bottlenecky, and then you get to the door, and overall, it's in first circle. It's a compound that is somewhat central, but often does not have endings close to it. So I'm curious whether the decision was, okay, let's just get the kills here and get the points and move on with it, because we have time before, third circle or fourth circle, some of the most important circles, they start hitting.
Yeah.
And they will have time to fight in the first and the second. So I'm kind of curious to what the decision was that it should have been an easy win for them. They had the upper hand with them having so much space around them. Nobody was shooting from outside, so they could have done whatever they wanted. Flashes inside, Molotovs inside, clearing the rooms. But they decided to do a half-assed commitment, in my opinion.
I mean, that's one way to look at it, I suppose. We didn't quite gain as much as we wanted to from that clip, I suppose, in terms of the exact details, the ins and outs. But that's kind of how things went down. Rip was being very patient and cautious down towards the bottom of that. Purdy, from that last game in general, as you were watching kind of the moments with us, is there anything that you kind of stood out to you about some of the teams, or what do you say?
Yeah, I didn't get to see the whole game, obviously, but obviously the end game, the impressive play to me was the Istanbul Wildcats, I believe it was, the crash late game into the double red. That was just super aggressive, like a play they had to make, and it could have won them the game. They lost it to FaZe in the end, but I think that was a great aggressive play that was really impressive to me.
I think they've come on leaps and bounds, and I'm really glad that you pointed that out, Purdy, because Istanbul Wildcats, Toby, as previously mentioned, this is, I feel like this, aside from some of the group stage moments, has been kind of their tournament where they're really coming into their own now. You were saying a year ago, maybe you wouldn't have seen them in this position, and it would have been a bit of a surprise, but now doing very well for themselves.
I think it's their game plan and their ideas have always been there. I just think individually, like their mechanical skill has been below the level of some of the more established players. I think that's fair to say. But over time, they have improved, and now they've showed. I mean, the fact that the event goes out and almost gets double-digit kills in one game, I believe all of them coming from rifle shots and not lobbing nades, that's practically impossible. When you see those kills, for example, with the Uber, when you get that amount of kills, usually you get a double nade in there, you get to explode a car with 3 people, and it's something along the lines of that. So being able to go out and get that many kills off of shooting all of them, I think that's very unheard of, and goes to show that the individual skill level is damn high, because we normally all talk about She Created, but this time around it was Levent doing the magic.
And before we get into our final game of the day here, Purdy, I want to get your impressions as to who you think is going to be doing well in the tournament in general, because obviously FaZe and Na'Vi are the 2 big heavy hitters. Do you think anyone's going to be able to contend with them here, considering their form right now?
I don't think anybody's going to contend with FaZe too much, but I've been liking what I've been seeing out of ENCE for the most part. They've had a good bounce back last couple tournaments, and I hope they finish pretty strong.
All right, well, thank you very much. Of course, we'll talk to all of you guys after this game, but for now, we are going to our final game of the day. It will be Erangel, it will be the Grassy Pastures, as we are going to be taking off into the skies for the final of the day. It is Sims, it is Pansy. Bring us that plane.
I'm not bringing you it. Don't put it on me. Bloody hell, James. Easy now. But good to hear from Purdy Curdy. It's always good to get a little bit of, some real insight. Martin, Toby, I love them. They're nice. They're great. They put on the shirts. They're looking all fancy. But more players. Bring us some of that. I like to hear that.
It's also nice that Purdy's actually representing STK. He's got his own shirt on there. He's showing off. He's doing more what some
good.
of the Europeans playing. Yeah, he is.
It.
And to be fair, it's no one can really question STK's performances over quite a few years now. There's a team that's stuck together, and I believe he's second currently in the team, just by I think it's 15 to Sonics at the moment. But again, 2 teams that have been going at it for quite some time now in NA. So good luck, Purdy, for the final weekend, as it will be approaching next time round. But yeah, it's always nice to get players' insights, and I think this is good to. Hoping we get it more for PCS3, bring a few players on here and there, get a third-party opinion on what's going down. I'm actually wondering what's going down between Forever and Page. It could just be a pause for a second.
Yeah, I saw that. It was kind of weird.
Trying to shake each other's hand. It's like, come on, we can do this. We can do this. Vehicle for SW. Get the hell out of there as quick as you can, because no doubt Tornado Energy will be getting guns early. They always do every single time. Usual farm play for them. And it's
we've seen that.
Don't encourage them. Look, better luck next time's not here. We don't have to worry. Everything's fine. Everything is fine. Everything's fine for Adepts as well. This time there'll be no real congestion around them. No one really to challenge them whatsoever. And honestly, you've kind of got the pick of the bunch there. You can go whatever you like. Easily geared, quick time, full of liquid, couple of minutes in, away we go.
Okay. This should be a... trying to think about it. I don't think it'd be too much of a problematic cycle. Do you think many people will gamble on the chicken tendy?
Nah, you wouldn't. I mean, you'd
you
do it if it
you?
was circle
Nothing
2,
else.
maybe, but to pull that, you've got to be looking for a hard shift next circle, surely. We only say we kind of get the Zaki when it's now if it was maybe if I couldn't see the northern edge of the circle and it were out far in the water, then I'd say yes. But with this one, unless we get the next hard shift towards it, I would say no. It's always a bit of a pain in the ass because of Georgia Paul Bay splitting it so much. There's always that real nuisance, especially when you can't see full wide of the circle. Who knows?
True.
With these first circles, honestly, when I always think back to global championships last year in NA, that first game where it shifted from Sosnovka back to the main head of Erangel. I'll never take anything for granted ever again in PUBG, ever.
True. Yeah, and this then obviously bodes the question, or the kind of, thinking that... Well, I moved my mic, apologies. Gatka is curious to me, because honestly that little bit of land, considering how it tapers in on the river around Watertown, right? You think, look, just north of Ruins. That area is not massive. It's kind of turning into, if you think of it like a Pac-Man, right? So you've got the west coast, and then the north, and then the east is almost not, it's not unplayable, it's just unlikely, right? It's like you got to think of what's actually there. So all it is that kind of triangle, if you want to look at it that way, from kind of the Wildcats, Adepts at the tip, to then Etiquette, I guess, WS at the far right side. So it does become a little bit of an issue in that regard, and something like the Mountain could be very, very viable. You've got obviously Gatka Fields. The south, there's not much of the south, and if there was more of the forest, the Longwoods down in the bottom, potential, but not there. It cuts off through Quarry. So then as I said, this turns into me being worried about field endings, but then we still have all of Georgia Pole in play, and obviously the Mountain.
Safety net for all teams in abundance on this one. The rotation will be the decisive play. Where do you want to go? Where do you want to set up shop? How many do you actually get to the next circle? With something like this, it should be safe, and you'd be very disappointed if you're losing players early, given how much space there is to work with. ENCE could maybe be a pain in the ass and try and set up shop around cubes, 4 stacks somewhere up there, get a cut-off point, try and bottleneck a few teams. Navi's on the bridge. I had no idea. I've only just noticed it. They're set up, they're ready, they're waiting, they are camping. First contact made onto Gustav. There's blood in the water. It's been spilled all over the floor. There is a small response. If they get this third player, that is just... Oh my god, 8C. He's doing the last stand.
He's only got 10 HP. Oh, he's going for the flushes. That's nasty work there. Costing them their lives. You can see the frustrations on FaZe, even though they did weather the storm. They lost down so much to get there. And normally, I don't think a bridge camp normally goes that way. Let's talk about this, because not much else should technically be happening for a bit. FaZe have 2 left. Na'Vi lost down everyone. I don't see a world in any other way where a team is able to dismantle a bridge camp that well. I'd love to have seen that from FaZe's perspective. Obviously, if you're an observer or a fan, you expect the team on the other side to do very well in controlling them, but they lost down 2 before Na'Vi were able to get down another member of FaZe. It was very impressive trading.
That is just unbelievable. Like, even to come out of it alive with 1 player would be just substantial, but to take 2? He was going for the flushes. You made heavy note of it. He was just thinking, well, we've lost this, so I'll try and take as many. Okay, let's kind of run it back. So Festo makes first contact, does get the frag, but the pull-up, that is what is so impressive, to be able to pull up and just do a nutty job of that. Was it 8C?
Uber and 8C.
Yeah, it was. Oh my god, that is just insanity. I mean, look, another thing that I want to kind of throw in the mix there, Lauren. How many times have we said that Na'Vi never camps bridges?
True. True.
And then the one time they decide to do it, they get slapped, totally backhanded by FaZe. That is just madness.
The thing for me is as well, if it was any other team, especially in like this today's lobby, I don't think it'd been a problem. If it was bystanders, sure. And FaZe are holding the bridge now. Flammy is going for a very unorthodox driving method here. Literally tilted. What are you meant to do? This is just a problem now, but they've got the information. They're going to back away. FaZe aren't sticking around, but I'd say any other team coming across that bridge today, you would have seen Na'Vi probably lock it down. It being FaZe, and they've just had a monster performance through 2 different maps. What else are you meant to do? Barrel roll. Amazing. I know Tony Hawk's just came out, but it's nice to see a little bit of that in this game. Car physics, of course. Omicron, ENCE, a little bit of a scuffle in the north. The only 2 teams up there, so it's actually impressive they managed to find each other. But it looks like a lot of the teams are banking on Georgia Pole and that Mountain to be a very likely ending.
Again, there's still a very small possibility. We do get the 10 dip. It pushes towards the north. If you're a gambling man, you're not putting your money there just yet, but the odds may go in their favour still, as it does close in. Players are going for a very wide swing. Clearly they've had a Having a bit of a rough time in the lobby. I want to chill out, take it easy. Bottom of the leaderboard, 29 points. That is brutal. Fortunately, someone has to be last, and that is a devastating blow to be down there. I'm kind of just looking across the spot. I think it's definitely worth noting on that Liquid is still in 13th. While we've had a fantastic first place to start the day off, Lauren, 7 kills. Yes, we're fighting, we're going, 17 points. Woohoo! Let's start it up. 4 points across 2 games, a 10th with 3 kills and a 16th with 1. Like, nothing else has really happened, with all due respect to the lads. They've crossed the... I mean, what were they today when they came in? It was definitely low, but they've only just crossed the 44-point threshold. Like, now, 13th, unfortunately, isn't going to cut it when you've got other teams starting to really, really step up here. I mean, hell, look at the night and day points. Liquid, kind of 11th now it's moved in. So everyone below 10th again is now below 50 points. It's kept that barrier. Okay. And FaZe is on 107.
With context, it is quite a substantial difference. And speaking of the two teams, now look how close they are. Now, FaZe are down to 2. We saw the bridge issue, obviously, earlier. So they could be in a bit of a bother, but I guess this circle going as westerly as it did, and keeping in a fair amount of the south, this does open up a bit of room for FaZe. Otherwise, they'd be kind of screwed. But they still might be, as they are only with 2. I'm looking at that South Georgia pod near hospital area. This is getting a little bit scary, because if it goes any far south, you might just be crushed in with everyone else. You can see the mass movements, everyone shuffling around now.
Try and find as much land as they humanly can. Again, there will be a lot of close combat that may come down. Just comes down to how limited we're going to be in this next circle, because having... Oh, that's a low ball nade. That's an early nade. Car goes overhead. He's calling for support. Where's it going to be, though? Left and right. Wobble, wobble we go. At least gets the knock. Marco into Udyr. Gets the finish off as well, so there's a flush. Marco's definitely damaged, but all teams are actually committing to the cause. Jimbo, of all people, to get involved in this one. It's Liquid who fold in and cause problems for ETG. That's another player removed. Now, all of a sudden, the bombardment will begin. Raise Your Edge is pushing hard on this one. Uduzi, he has made note of where this player is. Thendalos will be getting the bombardment, feels the full wrath. Vehicle doesn't go up, but unfortunately, the nade does next to him. 3 players down, 1 standing forever. Don't even bother going to this one, my dude. You're
just trying to get there.
Run away from it.
No, kill him. Kill him forever.
Kills them all. Oh my
Avenge them forever.
Imagine.
He's waited for one to be isolated. He's gone for the spray. Oh, the AKM. She's a cruel mistress. Cruel, cruel mistress. But I appreciate you trying to avenge the teammates. You just watch your team get slaughtered. He's in there like swimwear. He's not letting them go down. I like that. Didn't do anything with it, but the valiant attempt. I appreciate that.
If he had the barrel, it would have got him. That's the mistake that was made. He didn't have the meta.
I mean, he had an SLR, I think, which is very surprising he didn't go for the taps on that, but is what it is, right? I guess you got a time now, and Liquid were already tagging him up.
Well, one team, unfortunately, will be leaving us during that quick rotate. FaZe still holding it down, just the edge of the swamp side. There'll be safety where they are in those little yellows. Bystanders will be above them. Just a bit of a height advantage, so they'll wait this one out, see what goes down. Blaze have decided to come down the same way they went up. They'll still be playing outskirts. Chris is completely... God damn, look at... Just take a quick peek at your map and have a look at Shift W's spread. They literally have the entirety of the lower side of the map, the south, from the west coast. They have 1 player to the southern edge, the southern tip of the circle, 1 player. Further up in the fields as you work towards the east, 1 player. And then below Gatka, Chris. Like, that is a spread and a half if I've ever seen one. Circle is slowly but surely encroaching, and eventually we'll see where this one goes. Now, remember, water can still be kept in play. We're only in circle 2 here, so this could get even more wilder. Give us another crates ending. We've had that one. It was all fun and games.
Oh. You always get a couple of fun endings up this way. Georgia Paul, I wish you'd get more endings here, especially on the crates. I think that's such a fun one to watch. Obviously, not to be the case here today. It does go towards the kind of radio tower hill as such, where Mexi is. If you look, I think that's where it is. My brain's a little fried at the moment, but I'm pretty sure that's where it is. Northern Lights have a nice compound, the one where Deep and Spyro currently reside. Very, very strong. Everyone else, though, can just kind of shuffle in. There isn't masses of room, but the outskirts, even though it's obviously not prime position, should be able to house these teams. And I guess luckily for the teams that banked on kind of Mountain, Southern Georgia Pole, they still get amount of territory to work with. If they're safe now, which most of the teams are, apart from Omicron, who are going towards Hospital, that's going to be interesting if they make it in there cleanly. Tornado Energy, getting the little double houses just kind of south of FaZe and Liquid. This will be fun, because there's a couple of scrappy teams here. Now, the Wildcats just found Maxi, but Maxi, I think, was quite alone here on the other side of this, whereas the rest of the team were on the hillside overwatching, but can't be saved, it looks like.
No, I think it's just a bridge too far, unfortunately. Good shots come through onto Vasco, but the safety net of the Hospital will be there for him. She Creator says, you know what, let's not get involved in this one, especially as I'm completely away from you boys. We'll all step back, we'll go into his little garage, and we'll play off the four-way. Opposing garage, Adepts, Hospital, Homicon. It's home for them for now. WS needs to be really careful if anyone wants to try and set up residency below them in the hangars, then they're going to be in a real problem because that becomes open and causes them fire from both sides. Completely exploited and open, but I don't think it will happen given ENCE's position. They've moved more into the west town. They'll be just lingering and loitering around there. Northern Lights just a bit further ahead of them, in line with the Hospital, into towards the houses just on the coastal edge. As you kind of approach there, there's the little set of them, a bank of three, the tiny wall that runs, and then a hill on the opposing side. On the hill, you've got Petulins. With the rest of Northern Lights actually deeper towards the center of the circle. More towards the south, you'll have this kind of standoff. Bystanders up at the old Galaxy Tower, the Observatoire. We'll be able to hold the hillside. FaZe down low. Tornado Energy's in there as well. Those two solid yellows that they can play off the back of with the houses. And they'll be looking into the fields because you'll have that one final radio tower, the hillside. And Liquid's got it locked down.
But now, honestly, I'm looking across the circle. I don't see anyone having particular issues. Ents are fine. They're the only ones outside of it. Everyone else is somewhat safe. Unless someone gets too peaky or... There's very few reasons you should die right now, I feel. There's nothing to be dying for. So I wonder when this breaks. I think my favorite positions right now are Northern Lights. I love this area of the map. I love the way they've 2-2 split it as well. Very, very bold. Beyond that, though, I guess if Kemba's not careful, he could be picked up, but... Again, trying to just find room for themselves after losing Maxi. Now it gets scary. So now here comes the problem, Rich, which I think is quite apparent to most people. Suddenly, a lot of this map isn't playable, but Ents were ready to go. Look how quickly they're into those vehicles.
It's got to be a full send jobby, and that's given that every single priority compound is going to be taken away from them. If they crash this, they'll have to be prepared to take a fight, but it's where they crash. If they get ahead of the game here on Northern Lights, they'll catch them at their 50% strength. But it doesn't look like they're going to be stopping here. They want to continue onwards. There is these small... Yep, that's the one. That's the next point I was about to touch on. But look at Batulin's already eagle-eyed. Here with the lethal nades, he's getting ready to cycle these one through and just start the bombardment. Anything comes through, any damage. And this should be the go signal for the rest of Northern Lights to maybe just pound in them and finish off what's already been started. That's first, second nade. Actually makes contact. Now he's got another follow-up. Squeak is already bleeding at the wayside. This could be another target. And Batulin single-handedly is just crushing the hopes and dreams of Ents. How is Rustamas somehow still alive?
God damn, we are seeing other teams send. TSM's just done the same. We're watching across the board here. Omicron somehow took out WS. I'm not sure how. I'm sure we can catch up on that. But Rustamas alive, but I feel like Northern Lights, you want to close this out quickly. Get that account done. Put it away, put it to bed, keep control, because that can be a nice 2-2 split for them if they still want to maintain that. 2 in the compound, 2 in the ditch, because it's a very, very likely position teams will look for if it does come up this way. However, I like this TSM take. They went over towards the radio tower. Batulins wants to clear that, but it's a very risky maneuver to go for. Obviously, Diggory's still there with Rustamar, so there's a little bit too much to be risking. So he falls back. It would have been nice to control it, but the damage done is more than enough for now. Omicron in all kinds of trouble. They are tagged up.
Yeah, that's just the nature of the beast, given the position that they've taken with how many teams will have cross angles and crossfire onto them. It's very difficult. Blaze are going to be downhill, so they won't be able to see that, but certainly raise your edge. They're outside of the circle for now, but they can stay. It's literally just on the edge. They can stay inside the houses and go up into the second floor, get a quick peek into Omicron, because if they can remove Omicron from that position, even if it means sending one player across, do the damage, remove them, and actually send the rest of the team into that position, it would be a good spot for them. just how you approach that one. It's how you take it. Blaze will also fold and play edge for now. And again, these dips that they're going to be working on this side. It's workable terrain, given that there's going to be no one to their right-hand side. That is the benefit of playing edge, that you know that you've at least got 50% of the map what you can't be attacked from. Razor Edge going to take raid. There's no way they go radio, right? Surely you know a team's going to be there. The engines are off, which suggests they're going to go for the foot of the hill. They've arrived on time. Damage is already done towards Ira. And TSM, you've been pushed away. You're just going to regroup in the middle. Regroup for now. Okay, I'm okay with this. Actually, no. What do they... I don't know the game plan here. I really don't.
Is there a better place for the vehicles, maybe? I think this little ditch is maybe just better for the vehicles, it looks like. Ira's going to slot it right next to Vard's car. Yeah, so maybe just trying to keep them safe. You can see they're the lowest points right now for them, even with Vex putting his car is as well. So trying to keep them safe, maybe for potential late game sends. But you got to be careful with Razor Edge. They're getting a lot of third-party attention, though, from Blaze, who are way further out in the east. So good little pickup there from Lazza and Apocalypse working together towards Monkey. And for Razor Edge, they probably would love to have folded towards TSM, but they've kind of lost out on that punch here. They're not even in the new circle, so they'll have to be going up that hillside or around it, of course, to make it in. But that's not the biggest problem, Rich. Look how many teams now have to shuffle forward and how open that end is.
This is brutal. If you're not inside the circle now, then you're in very dangerous and deep waters. IW Adepts probably get crushed between the 3 stack of Omicron, Ents, Northern Lights. Omicron maybe to a lesser extent because they have that hill, and they're basically playing for life at this point. Blaze are slowly but surely walking the fields. And I'm glad we switched to their POV because Razor Edge is just leaving. Apocalypse gets one. There's the second as well. As quick as we see them in action, they instantly go down, fighting for dear life. I'd say tooth and nail, everything he's got here. With Fuzzface down, the fight of his life will come through. Quizzy has at least been taken away, so that evens it up ever so slightly. Or I say evens it up, makes it a bit easier. 2 of them down, 2 versus 1. If you can get a third, we then go to the 1 versus 1, and all of a sudden, I'd say looks game for this one. We've seen the man clutch up in a few very precarious situations before. With the res coming through on his left-hand side, this is easier said than done.
Yeah, while this happens, the Wildcats and Adepts are both sending Adepts towards Omicron, and that's why you're seeing the outcome be the way it is. It looks like Omicron were already being kind of peppered from afar. Gemdy's still doing work, but the car's going to finish it off if not one of the teammates. So Adepts take that ground. That's good for them. The Wildcats have made it kinda, but not really. It's a bit rough around the edges. And we are seeing bystanders actually paying a lot of attention here. We've got Example down. This could be a sigh of relief for 8C potentially.
If he comes out on top of this one, if he even just comes out alive, I'll be astonished. I mean, again, I want to touch on how many times we've seen him clutch 2v1s and 3 versus 1s. There's just no pressure. The man's always smiling. Like, nothing gets to him in this game whatsoever. Smokesel goes down. I think for Tornado Energy, they are starting to panic a little bit. They had 4 a minute ago. Rustamar and Diggory go down to Batulins. He just keeps on lobbing those nades. And unfortunately for them, 11th place is where they find themselves in game number 4. I'd say not stepping, only shoulder peeking for now to try and hide himself from this engagement. Maybe they keep him unchecked, if anything, and certainly lose note of where he is.
God, he's still alive, isn't he?
Oh, now it's time to go. There's the first one. There's still 2 of them outside. If he catches... Oh, no, excuse me. It's still 2 in the form of in the bystanders. Maybe not, as Flammy is actually taken down by Vard at distance. If he somehow beats these 2 players and knocks out 2 teams, this would just be pure and utter insanity.
Look, he's still alive, so I don't write it off until, you know, end game. Because Tornado Energy had 4 players here. Now they're down to 1. Melman seems aware that 8C's still here. Of course he is. The fight started with that, but he has lived to truly fight another day. Now Liquid are going to come and sweep through. Maybe they're looking a little interested in this slither of land that's available. 8C still fighting the good fight for FaZe, but Melman refusing to die. Refusing to go down here. Smokes, flashes, high flash, love that. Nice timing. This is so well played. I think that this might be the end for 8C. The corners are no longer available. He's got too much attention from afar. Spins around, finds a bit of cover. How is he still alive here? I don't get it. Door's stuck.
Shoot through the door. Shoot through the door. Do it!
There we go. Good job, 8C. Good job.
God, if anyone can do it, it's him. Hey up, full send from Adepts. TSM, they're your favourite friends during all of these lobbies every single time. There is a trade-off. 1-2, thank you. Third player is turning up on arrival. And Batulin steps in from the opposing side. That's another kill in his net. His net is large at the moment, and every single team is getting caught within it. Lipson's coming over with the flashbang as well, so let's not leave him out as a solo. What he could do to TSM is just draw their attention off the ball against Noki. And maybe then the real punishment carries on. Itzy smokes her up, crossing the road. Try and throw himself into 3. Hell, you already beat out God knows how many teams. You might as well just carry on and have another go at it. Finally, he stays his feet, Clip.
Good work.
Finishes him. Get him out of the field. Get him gone.
Yeah, if you give him too much time, he might bloody stabilize. Lipson's in all kinds of danger. 23 HP. Probably shouldn't live through this. If Vard's nade's good, doesn't even have to be Batulin's. Can we see how many kills Batulin's has? That'd be brilliant if we could, because he's having a big game here. And well, Northern Lights need a big game. And yeah, here you go. Big games from Batulin. 7 kills, and he might just have Jeems potentially pinned, but... And this is kind of mid to early game these kills came in, if you want to call it that way. It's definitely not late game kills, so there's plenty of potential still with Northern Lights to get a boatload of kills, and they need it, and a boatload of points to boot. 14th place right now. Not fitting of a team of that caliber, for sure. But now, let's see who's left. TSM still alive and kicking. They're towards the east, Northern Lights in the north. Shift W towards the west, and in the south, Team Liquid. And Chris still down there, weirdly enough. Rocky, nice bit of work towards Vard there, but Fex on the insta trade. We're down to 4 teams.
Yeah, for Northern Lights or Liquid, this would just be another solid win. A great performance. Even TSM, again, these are all teams that we didn't expect to be seeing, at least in the lower half of the leaderboard, let alone the bottom section. I mean, still, Tornado Energy, Liquid, and Northern Lights. Northern Lights with 15th place. That is just not
right,
the same team that we are used to seeing. So a big, solid performance here. And a win on the board, especially to close out the first day of this weekend. It'd definitely feel good. All 4 players up. As soon as I say that, the lead man himself is down. He's done a hell of a lot of work, but really when you're so far... I didn't realize where he was.
Yeah, he's still there. He's pretending. He's put on the Liquid jersey. He's like, guys, don't look my way. I'm one of you. I'm here to help. Don't worry, I'll watch your backs. You can see Liquid checking for this, but he's just kind of become the Bushman. Bushman Chris reappears. Switches to the SLR 8 times. Ooh, that could be juicy. When does he decide to go? Because, like, that would be a one and done, if that. So he wants to be away a little later. Imagine if an engagement starts and then they hear shots. Okay, they're off. Okay, cool. Deep goes down. Goodbye. And this is Shift W elsewhere. So this could be a misinformation piece as well for Liquid. They'd be like, oh, Shift W over here. But no, Chris is still behind you. Jeems is getting some attention. Ibby is holding the back lines, though. But that aside, Shift W trying to live up to the potential that Chris could have. They can't do it. Killikai does go down. And that's towards Liquid pushing forward. Clib, nice work. Solo, but very well played. Chris again. Look at this. The Hunter in the bushes. Waiting ever so patiently while this happens. Liquid's mopping up some kills. TSM look like they're next on the chopping block.
Will do. I've been gifted a crate at this stage in the game. That's only upgrading Liquid. Players following around them. Makes this one so much easier with only 4 teams standing as well. These flames are just doing so much damage to Northern Lights. That almost the second knock that we've got through. Jimbo slowly but surely again. He can probably get a bit more aggro now. He's got the level 3 gear, both chest and helmet. Gives him a bit more confidence and a bit more survivability. Good nade down. Just a bit too far. Thought that would have been closer more on the left-hand side than it was the right. Angle found onto TSM. Might be able to see the ankle here. With Aragon, opens it up. Long ball, nade god. Can he find it? We shall see. Nuclear airstrike has been called in. And Fex is holding on by a mere thread.
Oh, Chris is moving up. Hold on. Chris is on the move. He's making a dash for it as quick as he can. Zocca's just found Jeems. That's big. Suddenly it's game back on. Liquid not looking so likely now. Zocca, though, getting the attention. That's from Northern Lights. But it's Mexi to shut him down. So still, this is such a stalemate scenario. Clip's been found. So that's Chris finally showing presence. But the trade comes back in. And Shift W go down. It's going to be Northern Lights up against Liquid. And these 2 teams need it. They were tied up before. So let's look at who's still alive. We've got Spyro here. Ibby, Mexi. Is it just Spyro? It is. A 1v2. No easy feat. The call's been made. He's going for just mad points. He's going for the mad spray. And down he goes. Tries to slip away. Maybe find some smokes. Got 2. Nice. That gets him back in the game a little here. Because Liquid, well, they're going to be careful. Because they might want Clib back on his feet.
He's faked it, and he's put the smoke down to try and draw the attention, but I think they know better than this one. They surely know where he's going to be running. Contacts made, hammer down, job done. That is Liquid with a second win of the day, a 24-point game. 14 points in the bag from Frags is absolutely good on any day, with it, whichever way you cut it, right? We touched on it literally in that game. That so far, we've not really seen anything magical or spectacular coming out of Team Liquid. Lo and behold, they've proved me wrong. 2 wins in a day, alongside a boatload of frags, should sit them now into the top 8. That's got to be feeling good about yourself. Yes, again, we've got another 16th place, which is what they have to stop getting. That's the real problem. I mean, last week, I think we had 2 16ths back-to-back at one point. That can't happen anymore. Okay. You've had your bad week. Things are getting better. You know, we have as little pauses on the hillside, but it's uphill from here for Team Liquid, I think.
You gotta hope so. But overall, good to see them finding the kills alongside the win. The first one was a little bit quieter. This one, way better form. So it's looking like it's trending upwards for Liquid, but they've still got plenty of work to do. Same like you said for Northern Lights, but, well, maybe just Batulins. He had a mental game. But to give you more context, more detail, and more beautiful faces, the boys on the desk.
That's right, Team Liquid, geez, actually getting themselves 2 wins throughout the day. Big stuff coming from them, and on different battlegrounds as well. I've got Avenger, I've got Purdy Curdy, I've got Toby here joining me to break things down. Martin, Liquid with yet another win. They are back on the horse, baby.
I like that. Yeah, they are, and they actually played this game extremely well. They were managing to hold a lot of territory. They were managing to hold down some great positions. They took control of an area in Circle 2 that you were able to maintain so much control from this position, and they also got so many kills with it as well. Amazing play. Also, I really like this area here with Tornado Energy, Bystanders, and AC actually having a bit of 3v5 there. That's super interesting.
Yeah, and of course, we did see FaZe and Na'Vi having the early fight, Toby, which was exciting to say the least.
I think this is the first time in a very long time I see Na'Vi try and make a bridge camp, and I think it's also going to be the last time in a very long time that I see them do it, because as Purdy, while we were watching the game, Purdy's reaction was like, did they just get double drive-by'd? And I was like, well, I don't think they're going to try that again next time.
No, that's the hurt to the ego.
Oh, definitely
for sure.
not. Tough stuff, but Team Liquid taking control of these fields towards the end. There was a moment where I thought Northern Lights might be able to seize it here, and in general, Northern Lights not doing too badly for themselves here in this game. 9th through 16th, just a few points coming in here and there. Let's move on from that as we want to take a look at our 1 through 8, where all the big points lie. And up towards the top, Team Liquid will get 24 points with 14 points coming in from Northern Lights. Team Liquid just... I mean, Purdy, what did you see from them in this game?
The main thing from them this game was just their map movement. Like, they just had really good splits and map control, especially on their south side. They just really good control all around and trusted in their teammates and good confidence.
Definitely seems so, and that resulted in those 24 points in total. Going up against Northern Lights, though, I think, Martin, one thing that's very important for today, especially since it's the first day going into our second weekend here, is that these 2 teams in particular, a lot of people have high expectations of, were able to get some decent points on the board.
Yeah, we were talking about this in the pregame. Obviously, we're hoping for them to be able to step up, and for them to do it here in the last game. Fantastic stuff. Honestly, I was hoping for Northern Lights to have a bit of a better day overall. They had some rough games before this, but nice to see Batulins, first of all, 7 points, 7 kills alone himself, half of the points that they managed to get. Super nice to see that they're able to kind of round off the day nicely instead of ending on a really low note.
And at no point was Ent shot at Toby. The only thing that was able to make their demise was nades and mollies from Batulins. It was just, what was that? That was ridiculous.
I mean, we talked to Tixu. He did say they go for the center spots that aren't the usual ones, and that one wasn't. And unfortunately for him, Batulin saw them drive in and didn't shoot, as you said. But he did get close with 3 nades and 4 mollies in the back. So that's that's unfortunate. They might think twice about going to that dip next time in that area of the map.
Yeah, I suppose that could be the one vulnerability, Purdy, of that strat, right? We spoke to Ents earlier, and they were saying, okay, we're going to look for positions kind of like that, but they can be very vulnerable to that kind of assault.
Yeah, that's not how I like to play, obviously, with my team. And I'm the same as Batulin's there. If you're making that crash in front of me, I'm going to be that guy running with nades at you. So I don't suggest that playstyle for sure.
Yeah, indeed. It's not worked out for them in that game. It did work out in some other games, but not this one in particular. So Martin, now with kind of the onlook as to what we have here from the day and how things have gone so far. In a few moments' time, we're going to get to talk to Ibi from Team Liquid, who's going to be able to shed some light on how things have gone today as well. But it's been a good day, Martin. It's been a varied day, actually.
It's been a varied day. We had some really good, overall, some really good circles. Overall, some kind of hard shifts we haven't seen before. You know, where you get a double hard shift back to back, where we see. Like the vast majority of the teams there are barely on the northern edge. We saw the Miramar a few times, and overall just some games that are really interesting. Nice to see some of the winners that we were hoping to come back, and some of the winners we were expecting to finish kind of strong or open up strong. And they have learned from our last games and last weekend coming into this one. I really love to see that preparations that often matters, and that they're able to step up or do even better compared to last weekend.
All right, well, let's welcome on Ibiza from Team Liquid here after their 2 wins today. Hello, Ibi. How are you doing, friend?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, not too bad. So,
all right, sounds good.
First things first, talk to us about a little bit of the elephant in the room here. Last weekend, you guys didn't have the easiest of times. This weekend, you come in and you get 2 wins. What's the difference between the weekend so far?
I mean, we're still playing shit. So even though we got 2 wins, like we got, we obviously we played better decision making, but yeah, some better zones too, I would say. No, just kidding, but yeah, I don't really know, to be honest. We're still playing pretty shit, and we're trying to just work. Like, I don't know, I felt like the synergy went down a little bit. Like our team fights was the biggest issue, communication. So it's kind of the focus right now. And I mean, I'm super happy we won 2 games, so let's do it. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Sorry, I normally only ask one question and move on, but is that do you feel that's a symptom of Clib coming in, or that it just didn't gel as quickly as you thought it may, or is there another attribute to add to that, or what do you think?
I mean, you always have the honeymoon period, right? So what you said is correct. Obviously, we got Clib, things went pretty well, and then you run into issues, and that's where we just have to work on them and keep grinding and just keep improving. And yeah.
Sometimes it's like that. All right, Martin, your question?
I think honestly nobody's else is gonna ask. I'll ask, and you won't think that I'm toxic. I want to hear what happened with the kind of the breach. What was the decision behind going into first Wrangle game? Circle 1, you guys are consistent. Is it because it's the comms, what, there's 3 points over here, let's just get it, and then comms go bad, and then it's kind of a rolling situation where you have a few, like 1 or 2 few mistakes, and you quickly lose 2 players?
I mean, what happened there, I will explain it real fast. Obviously, we know it's a 2-2. We know one was in the garage. We didn't really know where the second person was, so we breached there. We had the info the guy was in the garage. We killed the garage guy, and then we thought that we heard the second guy outside behind the shack. So behind the flat top, you have the shack, and then you have the mansion. But he was inside the whole time. Like Rip9 was the whole time inside. I don't know. He was just baiting his teammate. I'm not sure what he was doing.
Yeah.
It was a little bit weird. They grouped up. We were like, we're gonna leave. Rip9 is still baiting, and we tried to leave, and he killed us, and it fell apart, to be honest. But it was a little bit weird.
So you left because
obviously
you didn't hear
our
him inside, right?
I mean, we wanted to leave because the circle was far away, and we thought they were all around the mansion. So we smoked up the mansion, thought we could leave because we want to go in the zone. I'm not sure what they were doing, but yeah, that's kind of what happened.
All right, cool. So you didn't hear the last guy, and you wanted to leave because you didn't expect the guy to be in the garage. You just wanted to get out of there because you were sure you can get a fast enough away. Okay, I see.
Yeah, we never thought. We never knew he was in the garage because he would help his teammate on the stairs, but he was just baiting.
Normally,
so, we didn't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you,
Toby.
I gotta hear. I mean, now we talked to Tixu earlier today, and I was trying to get in on them, like how they're going about pushing more for the center positions. I feel like from last week to this week, and just today, there's been a lot more contesting in center. Now you guys both on your win on Miramar, you have a wide split, and of course people come to you and you disengage. Same thing kind of happening here. Do you feel there's more pressure for center positions now than there were last week?
Good question. Yeah, I feel like there's in EU in general pressure right now in the center a lot. You can really see that the edges, that's why Navi's playing pretty good right now as well. They have a lot of space. They're making really good rotations, obviously, as well, and they're playing super good. You can really feel that in EU right now. Everyone's playing really center and doing all these kinds of splits. You just saw it too with the Milta game, I think. At one point, the whole forest, like on the west side, north side of Milta, was completely free because everyone is already like bunkering up and is playing for that one circle that's always around Milta. So, yeah, it's kind
of... Okay. Cursus?
What's up, BB?
Yeah,
probably my question is just, what team do you think has like surprised you the most so far that you're competing against? Like, they're way better than you thought they would be.
That's a really good question. First of all, I haven't really checked the leaderboards too much in the games in general because we're playing bad, so I don't really want to watch most of it. But yeah, I don't know, to be honest. Can you give me the top 5? Like, I know FaZe is in there, Navi is in there.
Shift W.
Shift W, to be honest. Shift W, yeah, we spoke about that earlier actually, that they were in the top 5. I mean, they had a big break from the game, and they came back with a new team. They're in top 5 right now, so respect to the boys.
Yeah, definitely so. Well, thank you very much, Ibby, for joining us. Do you have any final shout-outs before we let you go? We don't want to feel like we've ambushed you or anything with this interview, but do you have any shout-outs to give?
Yeah, I was still a little bit in the zone of playing, so I just had to switch real fast. Shout-outs, yeah, to Starladder this time. I feel like they're doing a good job, everyone watching, and you guys keep it up as well. And Birdie, I'm looking forward to next week. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you very much, Ibby, for joining us, and we'll see you next time. That was Ibiza from Team Liquid. I must say, I have to agree with him. I think Starlad has been doing a phenomenal job with these last PCS things. We normally don't, do this or whatever. We normally don't give the shout-outs and whatnot, but damn, good shout-out to Starladder as well. Well done, Ibby. I like that a lot. Well, that is kind of the end of the day, how things do sit. Let's take a look at the overall standings so far. This is the daily standings as to who's done well. All right, Martin, go on.
It's almost like
on to the next overlay. On to the next overlay. On to the next overlay.
Toby's also there. He's also sitting happy there. It's fine. It's fine.
Wait, didn't he say TSM, not Team Liquid?
No, he said Liquid as like an next team. He's expected to doing better today compared to last week, and they're doing like twice as good.
Yeah,
gotta give credit. Gotta give credit, man. Yeah.
Jeez Louise. All right, shut up. Actual standings, we have FaZe Clan up towards the top. 114 points coming in for FaZe Clan, despite Liquid getting 2 wins, and they actually move up 7 places here, Toby. So it's a big day for them.
I mean, that's exactly what they needed. And even though, as EP said, they're still not playing to their own standards, and I feel like that's true, especially if we go back and dig even deeper into them trying to breach the Blaze compound there. There are still things that aren't going as they should, but still, despite that, they find ways to get a good day in with that happening as well. So I think overall they should be well satisfied with the day, get the points that they desperately needed, because as great as the 24-point finisher is here, they're still kind of outside of contesting for first place. They need to continue this because they're really awful first week. So they need, I mean, as good as and decent as this day was, they need this and even more in order to finish off in this hub.
Yeah, it's a scary amount of points that you're gonna have to make up here if you want to try and challenge for that first place. Purdy, anything that jumps out to you when it comes to the standings?
The main one is probably Northern Lights. I thought they were definitely going to be in the left side of the leaderboards, and I've been overly impressed with Batulins, and I definitely thought they would be contesting for the top 5 spots.
Yeah, Batulins has been a standout for a long time, Martin. And, you know, he had his moments here throughout the day, especially against Ents with the nades.
Yeah.
Stop, they're already dead. But, you know, he continues to be a standout despite them being in 12th place right now.
I love how Purdy gives, you know, credit because Purdy, he has kind of two things that you think of. You have Purdy, where it's the best nader in the world and the most humble pro player in PUBG, and he giving credit to another guy that, despite having, you know, the Purdy Curdy patch and nerf having being hit with the nades, not doing that much damage, still being able to hit the nades. I think that's amazing. You know, honestly, Batulins has been a great player. NLT should have been higher up, and I think we're going to see them continue that climb tomorrow.
And speaking of the climb, here is our championship projection currently brought to us by PUBG Analytics. And Toby, that is scary. 57%, 58% basically rounded up for FaZe to take this championship home. That's big.
They went up by 25% chance in one day. That's, I mean, that's insane. It also goes to show that, I mean, if you look at the likes of Na'Vi, they weren't quite there today. I mean, they did good. It was not a bad day for Na'Vi by any means, but compared to FaZe, who's just been rolling today, that's impressive. And I mean, keep in mind as well, FaZe 2 have had a bad day. I mean, bad game, I should say. Sorry, today, right? So it's just their heavy hitting games. It's insane that they can go out and deliver that well. And 57%, that's, well, if the stats are right, then that's your bet right there.
Scary stuff, Martin. And anything else you take away from our championship projection?
Yeah, I mean, still, it's good to see Shift W up there. It's still kind of the win chance today. It's kind of still too low. I feel like they still have a pretty decent shot at it. You know, they can run into tomorrow where they run into, you know, 2 or 3 gifted circles, and they play well in other games, and they'll have a, you know, 50-60 point day, and they'll be number 1 quite easily. So it's still pretty low, but that's still, I will say, we expect Na'Vi and FaZe to really pull up and pull these high average days. So for the guys that've been sitting on the coupons and trying to, you know, we have 2 more days to put the coupons in. It's going to be really interesting to follow and watch tomorrow to see what team here in EU, because it's usually very hard to predict. In North America, it's quite often a lot easier. You just go with shoot to kill and then you win the coupons, you know.
Yeah, that's right. Purdy, any replies to that?
Well, I appreciate Martin being a kiss ass, but just vote for us and Sonic, and you're basically guaranteed, because it's just us fighting right now. Oath and people are trailing, but yeah. In regards to the last bit of the leaderboard, I think you need to put some respect on Shift W. Like 2% is a little ridiculous considering they're only 15 points out of first.
Yeah, it comes down to the fact that obviously they were not true and effectively a roster before, and we don't have the historical data, I suppose, to pull off that. But anyway, thank you very much, everybody, for joining me. Purdy, any kind of final shout-outs before we let you go? Thank you for joining us as well.
Thank you for having me, and just thanks for all the fans for voting STK, and appreciate you guys. See you next weekend.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in. We are done here for Europe for today. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, for more PCS2 Europe action.